ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair, Eric Kraft.
All right, thanks very much, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Enterprise Connect, Wednesday. I don't know about you, but I'm really having a great time at this show. I hope that you are too. The energy on the show floor has been fantastic. People are just obviously so happy to be back together and getting to be in sessions together, be looking at stuff live on the show floor. So it's been a terrific week so far, I feel like, and I hope that you agree. We're going to start out today, Wednesday, with 3 fireside chats, and then we'll go into our keynotes for the morning, and then the show floor will open at noon again today. We're calling the fireside chats, kind of a perspective on where the industry is going strategically, and we've tried to find 3 companies that we think are representative of some new ways, either new ways of thinking about platforms and technology, or at least addressing some critical areas where important new things are happening. And the first one of them is a contact center company that I think we all know from its long history and market-leading position in contact centers, and that is Genesys. And I'm going to have a conversation about kind of where the contact center is going and what the future is for contact centers. So I'm going to get this started right away with introducing Todd Famous. Todd is the Senior Vice President for Product Management for Genesys Multi-Cloud. So Todd, welcome.
Eric, good to see you.
Thanks very much. All right. Well, welcome, Todd. Thanks very much for joining us. Obviously, as we said, Genesys has this tremendous incumbent position in contact centers, and obviously, contact centers were one of the most impacted, in a whole world of folks impacted by the pandemic. And one of the biggest impacts was that all the agents had to suddenly go work from home. Now we're at a point where potentially that could change if people wanted it to. So I guess my first question to you is: do people want it to? What if we were at majority remote agents during the pandemic? What are things going to look like?
Yeah, well, you said it. Actually, I think I'm pretty proud of what happened in the industry. We kept things going for the world, really, in commerce-wise, in contact center, and some amazing things happened in a very short amount of time. We worked with customers who, like in financial services, and some of those workers were essential, so they didn't have to send them home. But for business continuity reasons and just to protect their teams, we saw customers shift. So I saw customers with over 20,000 agents go completely work at home in 2 weeks. And it's been, and as you say, it's an interesting comment. I've been in this industry a long time, and I've been asking them what's going to happen next. What do they see happen next? And nobody's been able to predict what's going to happen next on the pandemic. But when it does go back to normal, are you going to send them back? It's varied, but most of them are not. Like, they're not coming back. I think if I had to predict, and I'm curious what the analysts will say on this, but it might be even like 80-20. Stay at home. So consider that this hump that we got over sent folks home, and in the future we remain in the workforce of contact center mostly a remote workforce. I think the cultural impacts of that are enormous. I think really interesting.
So what's the kind of ripple effects of that for contact centers? If now you have a remote workforce, that seems to have implications for supervisory, both technology and practices, as well as potentially security. Although you'd hope maybe over 2 years they've been working on security.
Yeah. So there's again, if you maybe look at the market pre-pandemic, it'd be maybe less than 5% work at home, and the reasons for not doing that were security, control, how do we supervise them, how do we train them. So there were so many reasons to not do it that you could come up with excuses, if you will. But because they were forced, and also the other thing that's happened is since it's lasted for so long, it's now the norm. And I think many of us probably experienced the work at home norm. They've adapted. So they got over, let's say, the risk concerns around security. They got over getting the home environment set up challenges. They got over, or they've adapted to the personnel management challenges, and it's now just the way they work. So now it becomes effort to think about transitioning back. I think probably we feel this as well, effort to go back to the office. And then when you look at like macroeconomic things like global warming and other things that support work at home, I think that's going to remain status quo, this sort of large contingent of remote work. It's changed the industry forever.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, it certainly seems to make sense. Again, the back to office generally has been a fraught process, but it seems to open up obviously new opportunities for the same way. The general upskilling of contact center agents is certainly maybe easier to do if then you have a pool you can draw worldwide, rather than people have to live in the city near where the big center is.
Yeah, the labor force. Now, I haven't seen that shift yet. We've seen that in professional, where many of us are hiring people remotely. I think the call centers are a little more traditional and sort of those wanting to have control, but I imagine that as they are comfortable with the status quo today, their agents at home, they will be comfortable with them being in a different state or in a rural location. So we'll see, I think, a drift towards even more distributed because of basically getting the best talent and supporting the agents as employees and people in their lives and living where they want. I think that's all going to happen.
Got it. So to kind of move on, the thing that made remote work possible more than anything else was the cloud, and your title, you lead marketing for the cloud division at Genesys, and yet we were talking earlier about how really, when you look at it, how much of the contact center infrastructure of large enterprises is still on-prem. So what's the migration process that you see happening? What's the kind of timeline you're expecting?
Well, so yes, I lead Genesys Multi-Cloud CX, and I also have responsibility for our premises customers as well. So I'm probably uniquely positioned in that I have both offers. We have our public cloud version of Multi-Cloud CX, and we have our premises version. So I talk to customers on both sides of that. And you are right, and especially at a large segment of the market, the vast majority is still on their path to cloud. One thing that's definitely true is they all see it, they're going there, but that path is slower for larger customers. And you saw that over the last 2 years in, let's say, more struggles for the premises customers versus the cloud customers. I mentioned a customer that went remote over 2 weeks. That was with really heroic efforts by IT and a lot of work with that customer to help them do that. We have a technology company, large, with, again, similar size, over 20,000 agents, switched to work at home over the weekend. We didn't know. We didn't talk to them. It just happened, and because there was no impact. So back to the benefit of cloud there in terms of having that flexibility in deployment was very evident. And so things like that are, let's say, proving the value of cloud as opposed to like speculating about the flexibility. When you went through this situation that we went through, you saw it. I think another often highlight around cloud is scale. Once again, in the pandemic, we had certain industries with massive scale increases, like government services, for example. One of our state government customers, and if you think about the timeline here, let's say in the summer of 2020, unemployment in the US went to about 15%, so crazy. So the unemployment contact centers received enormous volume increases. One of our customers went from 20,000 contacts a day to 5 million calls a day. 5 million. And by the way, that was about a third of the state population. People would call back because of unemployment, the way that business process works. So imagine going from 20,000 to 5 million, and if they were a premises customer, they were running on our cloud service. If they were a premises customer, there's just no way. It just wouldn't have worked. Impossible. So we are able to accommodate scale better in cloud. And then I think the last point I'll put is like on speed. So to handle, those of you in the contact center community would know, it's not just about telecom. You're handling that many contacts. You need more people. And what are you doing? Of course, we put in a voice bot service for them to automate a portion of those interactions. That was a matter of weeks, which on a premises deployment would have required a lot of design and architecture and network topology and such. So they received the scale benefits of cloud and also the speed benefits of putting in new technology. And all those things came into play during the last couple of years.
So has that had an impact with the companies that, for whatever reason, their contact center didn't need to make quite that dramatic shift so quickly? So maybe they stayed primarily on-prem over the last 2 years. Are they thinking to themselves now, okay, this, whatever the next thing is that hits us, we'd better be on the cloud so we can adapt quickly?
Absolutely. And part of it is that there are customers, and I mentioned a few, that are successful in cloud. And I know that I'm talking in the very, very large enterprise. So like more than 20,000 call center agents running in the cloud in sectors like banking, for example, which are probably, again, the most conservative in terms of control and security, and have come up with reasons to chart a slow course to cloud. As we've had leaders who've gotten there successfully and operated successfully without security and uptime concerns, they're showing the way for the others. And it's put a tremendous pressure on, I think, those that are on that slower course to speed up. So we're definitely seeing that. I mean, a lot more accelerated timelines in planning their path to cloud.
And is that something that as they now plan their path to cloud, it's a different migration than what they might have been considering and in the very early stages of pre-pandemic, where maybe they thought they would have had 5 years to transition a huge...
Yeah, accelerated, definitely. I mean, and that happened, as I think we maybe discussed, I've been in the contact center industry for over 20 years, and the last 2 years was the most growth, the most pace that I've ever seen. And customers are moving with a lot more urgency and a lot more speed. And that crisis cleared some hurdles to that transition, and also deployment of new technologies. I mentioned bots, AI technologies. So things that were on the list to get done, became prioritized. Lots of investment, if you will, as well, from the IT teams and in the vendor space in this area.
Okay, and to kind of close us out, you used the term, you said like got over, and I know you meant like, you didn't mean like, oh, they just got over their emotions, but the things that they were kind of holding out for cloud, maybe they just had to kind of accept the solutions or accept that the solutions were there. How kind of the thinking of people who run contact centers, how do you think that's different now in terms of what technologies they're willing to experiment with or new ways of working they're willing to use?
Well, I think the sort of positions or the arguments for going to cloud are not different than they were, let's say 3 years back when we got here. But the proof points are there, and there's more clarity. Dealing with speed, dealing with scale, dealing with business continuity have been benefits described of cloud, but now there's proof there. Also, the objections, like again, a lot of objections we hear for very large customers around security. And we know as vendors that you can overcome and implement highly secure cloud contact center services, but convincing customers has been a journey. And I've worked with customers doing cloud purchase agreements for a year of discussions around security before they're ready to proceed, and those are moving much faster. Just the ability to control everything. I think the parts of it are emotional. I think that is a reality to the psychology of it. There's some relinquishing of control as you transition to cloud, and customers have needed to see that that's a path that works. And again, because of some things that have had to happen, it's been forced upon them, and that's kind of got them over that hump.
Got it. And kind of like from, why do it to why not do it.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it.
All right, and it's a good way to end our conversation. Yes. Todd, thank you so much for your time, and appreciate Genesys being here, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Yes, thanks, Eric. All right,
thanks, Todd. Okay. Our next Fireside Chat, I'm going to be joined by two speakers from one company. Ryan Nichols is the Senior Vice President and General Manager of Contact Center for Salesforce/Slack. And Daniel Hansons is Senior Director of Product Marketing at Salesforce/Slack. So, Ryan and Daniel. Thanks, Daniel.
Hi there.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
So I'm super excited to have these guys here because this is obviously the first Enterprise Connect we've been able to do since Salesforce bought Slack. That was such a big announcement, such a big development, I think, for our industry. Slack is really the company that sort of invented the collaboration platforms in the early days that we're using now. So, and of course, the quote I wanted to read was that the quote that Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, made shortly after the acquisition was announced. Excuse me. And he said that Salesforce was going to, quote, rebuild all of our technology once again to become Slack first. So what I think our audience, those who might have read that quote or seen it, naturally would ask, and now we get to ask you, is what does Slack first mean for Salesforce?
Sure. Probably the best way to think of it is we all use many different business applications in our day-to-day. We have a concept at Salesforce and Slack of thick and thin work. The thick work is where you go into the business application that you need to do your job, and you do what you need to do, right? Day to day. The thin work is actually a cut of that thick work that you would not have to go into the specific business solution for, that can be brought into a single window, a single point of view where you can get all of your work done, or the majority of your work done. And when we talk about being Slack first at Salesforce, what we're actually talking about is bringing those key components from all of the solutions that Salesforce has across the multiple product clouds into the Slack window, so that the majority of the work can be done within the Slack interface, reducing massive amounts of context switching, and just getting people to just live in Slack ultimately as a first port of call. But then beyond that, if there is something that they still need to do the thick work, they can still go into the Salesforce UIs.
So is a way of thinking, and I love that term, thick and thin work, but maybe a quick shorthand would be if somebody wants me to look at some numbers in a spreadsheet real quick, I can do that through Slack. If I'm the one developing those numbers and crunching those numbers in the Excel or whatever, that's the thick work.
Absolutely. And the other piece is, from a collaboration perspective, people work together on multiple projects. That doesn't mean that everyone has the same access to all of the business applications at the same time. And what the benefit is of actually becoming Slack first and bringing all of the thin work together is you enable everyone to get the same view without having to have deep knowledge of the systems and processes that are involved in order to get to that view.
I think the contact center is an interesting example because anyone who's spent any time in a contact center knows this is the definition of thick work, right? I mean, this is an all-consuming task of absorbing and handling a customer conversation and solving their issue. But the actual knowledge required to solve those customer issues is distributed across the organization. And contributing that knowledge to solve a specific customer issue, that's thin work. So we've built the Service Cloud Service Console for the thick work, right? That is where you want to be all day when you're answering call after call after call. But if you're going to contribute your piece of knowledge to delight a customer, you don't need to learn how to use the Salesforce Service Console, right? You can do that from Slack, and as at the moment required, get all the context you need about the customer and their issue, and then just contribute when you need to contribute, and then go back to your next task. So I think it's a really interesting split between the thick and the thin, and how you tap everybody in the organization to make customers happier.
Yeah,
got it. So essentially, I mean, you're also kind of describing here what could certainly be called a platform or the platform as you see it. So when you now look from Salesforce Slack's perspective at what is the platform going forward, what's your vision of that?
Well, we spent a lot of time at this conference talking about UC and talking about CC as a service, contact center as a service, and Slack doesn't describe itself as UCaaS, right. And yet 170,000 businesses, including some of the world's most innovative, use Slack as their backbone for communication and collaboration. And Salesforce Service Cloud, we don't describe ourselves as CCaaS, and yet we have a $7 billion business of companies engaging with customers in every channel, including phone, including digital channels, and bringing that together. And when you combine those two things, that sure sounds like a future platform. And I don't think we have as an industry a word for it, but we refer to it internally as your digital HQ, right? It's what it means when you combine those two different worlds of work and bring them together.
Yeah. We have no problem calling it a platform because, it brings together different solutions, right, so that they all work together, but it also brings together people internally and people externally all in one place. So of course, that could be called a platform. Our digital HQ proposition is all about recognizing ultimately that the world has changed fundamentally, right? And it's become a digital first world. And if you want to thrive in a digital first world as an organization, then you need to move to a solution or a platform that enables you to do that, right? And that doesn't mean take old things and putting them in the cloud or in a new way of thinking. It means actually from the ground up rethinking on how collaboration works within organizations. Bearing in mind that at the drop of a hat, as we've seen with when Omicron came along, we all thought we were in the clear, and then suddenly everything changed. If you don't have a platform that enables you to pivot and to adapt and change in that way, you're always going to be scrambling and trying to keep up with things. And ultimately, that's what Slack and Salesforce is offering as a digital HQ. Is it enables people to adapt to those changes and to work in the best way possible for them.
The other way to think about this platform is the open invitation, right, to so many of our partners who are here at this show to join us in this vision, right? And to, because we both have such an openness, right, to taking any of the components that we've assembled to work so well together, great, unplug those, plug in some of the companies here that are doing such amazing work, and we've been excited to announce some of those integrations this week, and I think that's the other sense in which we think this is a pretty interesting platform.
Got it. So that's we're talking, really an ecosystem and integrations that each enterprise kind of adds onto the platform or builds what they need for their particular business process. Yeah. Okay. So the Slack and Salesforce have been together now. How long? When actually did you close on that?
July.
So it's been almost going on a year. How has that combination changed what customers are doing with you or are able to do, or what are some examples of how that's affecting your customers?
Maybe I'll start with customer zero, right, which is Salesforce's own service organization, because we got to get a little bit of a head start on this, right, by using Slack and Service Cloud together. And we have 3,000 agents that are helping our customers around the world, and they're now able to just do every metric that we track around their performance solving customer issues has improved now that they're on Slack, I think for a pretty simple reason, that they're able to tap the expertise of the more than 70,000 other people at Salesforce, right? That, again, have the answers to all of those customer issues. So, the number of cases that are resolved in the same day is up 20%, right? It's just, and every metric along the way has improved. And for example, swarming, right, is something that we used to do in a pretty manual way, right? As I think a lot of us in the industry, swarming a lot of times meant raising your hand and everybody would literally, swarm to solve a customer issue. And now we're able to do that digitally, right? Now we're able to take the context from a case, create a dedicated Slack channel to do that, identify and help the agent identify who the experts are across the company to help solve the issue, bring them all into the Slack channel, solve the issue, and then when it's done, it all goes back into your Customer 360. And we just couldn't do that before, right? It was a very manual, disconnected process, and now it's all in one place.
And the beauty of that is cases get resolved quicker, but also that activity, the collaboration in those channels becomes public knowledge within the organization, and it feeds the next case where somebody might need more expertise. They can actually look for things before they engage the rest of the team, and so you get this really sort of self-nurturing cycle that really improves how people can deal with customers. I think other ways that we'll sort of see, and we do see ways in which the collaboration between Salesforce and Slack is delivering real value is just helping people think differently as to how they approach collaboration ultimately. So we recently actually released a case study for Intuit. So Intuit, I'm sure many organizations know it. They have brands like QuickBooks, MailChimp. They've got 10 million customers worldwide. They had a custom AI bot that they built in 2019, I think, where a customer service agent would put a query in and it would return results to help them resolve issues at hand. When Slack came to the table and we sort of explored in ways in which we could sort of make that collaboration work better for them, we actually integrated channels into the concept of channels into how the bot interacts with people, so that again it builds more knowledge across the organization, more accessible knowledge across the organization. And now, rather than sort of having an AI bot that is resolving 10 to 15% of the queries, it's 50 to 60%. So it's a huge increase on just driving, even with AI, more collaboration. And you got your agents there 20% more confident to be able to resolve customer queries, which is huge. Let alone the 9,000 hours or however much they save doing that. It's just huge that people can just get more confident in their job just by having access and using those collaboration tools more effectively.
It's not just organizations like Intuit or Salesforce. Right. One of my favorite customer stories is IBM, right? 100-year-old organization that has just contributed so much, right, to how we collaborate over the decades, right? And IBM is now wall-to-wall Slack, largest organization using Slack. They have a 25,000-person service center. And when I think about the future that IBM envisions, where those 25,000 people are able to tap the expertise of nearly 400,000 people around the world, I think that's a journey that, boy, if IBM is taking that journey, shouldn't we all, right? There's no, I'm too big to take this journey to the digital HQ.
Great. All right. Well, I really appreciate your time, Ryan and Daniel. Any kind of just closing thoughts about what people can expect from Salesforce and Slack in the next 12 months?
We're going to be talking a lot about digital HQ, right? And we're going to be talking about the changing nature of work and how organizations need to adapt and take the opportunity that's on offer. Because it's an opportunity. It's not a challenge. It's an opportunity for people to grab.
Yeah, I think we're just getting started in this journey. I think some of these initial ways of bringing the platforms together, like case swarming, like some of the work we've done bringing Slack and Salesforce together for sales. That's just the starting point. I mean, it is absolutely, when I bring my product teams together, the thing we all get most excited about is how do we use the fact that we now have this incredible new place in people's workday, which is Slack, and how do we bring all of our business processes and all of our customer 360 and both contribute it to people's work and then enrich it based on all the collaboration that's going on. So I'm super excited about the future.
Got it. Well, it's such an interesting combination, and as you say, it's not even a year old yet, so it's going to be really interesting to see where things go and what you're talking about a year from now. So, Ryan and Daniel, thank you very much for your time, and thanks for being here at Enterprise Connect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Ryan. Okay, our last fireside chat is going to be with Vonage, and we're very fortunate and happy to have with us the CEO of Vonage, Rory Reed.
Hi, Eric.
Thanks, Rory.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great.
So,
Hey, everybody.
so first of all, thank you very much for being here.
It's a pleasure.
Obviously, the big, or at least one of the big stories for Vonage in the past year has been the acquisition of Vonage, or the pending acquisition of Vonage by Ericsson. Obviously, this hasn't closed yet, so there's whatever you can say or can't say. But so, what can you say about what this is going to mean for Vonage and for your customers?
Well, I think it's a huge deal in terms of what's going to happen. In November of 21, we reached agreement to be acquired by Ericsson. Our shareholders have already voted positively to support the deal. And now we've also seen the deal is on track to close by the first half of this year. This is an opportunity because technology really happens in waves. And what we've been seeing, Eric, both you and I have gray hair, right? So we've seen a lot of these technology waves. Mobility, the internet, the cloud, 5G networks, combining with communications, is fundamentally forming the next technology wave. This is going to be on the scale of cloud in 2008. Watch the next 10 years in terms of how it drives engagement, both with team members and customers. Every industry, every customer is going to demand the merging of all engagement from the physical and virtual world. And the power of Ericsson is that it brings the expertise of 5G networks, which enables the latency, performance, and security to the end device, 4 billion handsets, right? And you're going to see this momentum where we take our cloud communications platform combined with their expertise in the network and 5G with 25,000 additional R&D team members and a global reach of 100,000 players. They have the ability to invest, to accelerate our opportunity to capture this future. This deal is on track to close in the first half of this year, and the combination will enable our customers to do these new engagements much faster as we create a communication and network platform leveraging both sides of the cloud and network world together, where we change the proposition for those customers leveraging that 5G capability. And our scale, plus our innovation and expertise, and the ability to invest in us, that's going to be a powerful combination.
Got it. So Vonage will be a very different kind of we think of Vonage as a cloud provider, and coming out of the heritage that you have had, this will take you in a very new direction.
Well, it's going to build on the past. So 20-year Vonage history, it's a long time, makes a strategic pivot starting in 2014, 2015. Sees the future, right? Goes acquire the CPaaS. The CPaaS becomes the foundational driver. And when we talk about the Vonage communication platform, it's foundationally built on the CPaaS. That gives us the ability to build purpose-built applications like Jumper AI and our conversational commerce, our UC product, and our CC product. And what we're going to see is the world begin to move in a direction where it connects these experiences together. This is going to be a powerful kind of movement over the next 3, 5, 7, 10 years. And again, on the scale of cloud in 2008, this is a gigantic opportunity. And then with the combination with Ericsson, not do we just stay where everyone says, oh, I'm a CPaaS player, I'm going to create a platform. No, we're going to leverage the network and the 5G and 6G capabilities to create unique APIs that will have a differentiated capability around performance, security, latency, with our already existing multimodal communications around video, voice, messaging, etc. And I think this combination, and no one has kind of gotten there at this, so this is a first mover opportunity.
So an enterprise, as this vision is being realized, an enterprise that's looking at its migration, they've done the things most enterprises have been doing over the last 2 years to deal with the pandemic and get remote working and hybrid working going. They look at Vonage and they look at the other competitors that they might be considering for a kind of strategic investment and strategic path, and what they see in Vonage is a company that is offering them a fundamentally different sort of pathway through to the future?
Yeah, our whole vision is accelerate the world's ability to connect, right? And to do what's next now and enable the future now. It's a company based on 20 years on innovation. First VoIP and IP, early mover in the CPaaS space. When we talk to the customers, we can do the solutions now around UC and CC and the combination that's merging. The conversational commerce that we're beginning to see emerge in those moments of engagement. But what we really offer is a platform and path to this world of a immersive 360-degree engagement. Think about it. Today, we interact in the CPaaS space and messaging space transactionally. Almost 300 billion notifications a day. They're transactional. They tell you your plane's late, your coffee's ready. We're beginning to see conversations emerge where I like this sport coat and I go onto the site at Nordstrom and I see my avatar. It's a better looking avatar. The coat looks better on that avatar than me, and then I go in and I say, I like that jacket. And the sales agent at the location says, here it is, it's on the jacket. That's conversational. There's an interaction, and it's merging the physical and virtual world. Over the next 5 to 7 years, what we're going to see is that this movement to 360-degree engagement across marketing, sales, support, these standalone individual answers where they say they're a platform for a particular solution. You have to have the CPaaS and the API underpinning that enables you. And now combining that with the network, we go into the customer and say, we can solve your UC and CC problems now, your conversational commerce now, so we can win now with you, and we can take you on this journey to this true world where we're going to see the blurring of physical and virtual worlds coming together. And we're going to move to this 360-degree engagement across these vectors of engagement, and that is what's going to be truly differentiated. Winners and losers are not set, and I will bet you $1,000 that 10 years we'll be talking about how engagement is fundamentally different. And it's because of the pandemic, it's because of technology. The expectation of the customers and team members and remote working structures, they expect now physical and virtual to come together and to change that paradigm. And it's not today, the integration across these functions are not there. But the APIs, the network, and the cloud infrastructure, mobility, which probably becomes your key, right? Like an old RSA security key. That moves with you with your avatar. That's going to create this new way of interacting. And it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And the first movers will create a differentiated experience for the customers. We're not playing checkers, we're playing chess. And we need to move in a direction that creates the future.
So, I mean, it sounds like you think maybe the physical and the virtual world are going to merge.
Absolutely.
Since you've said that about 4 times. And the term for that a lot of people are using is metaverse. Is that a term you shy away from or embrace?
No. The metaverse is real, but I don't want to get it's all about augmented reality, and we move too far to the virtual. You really need the combination. Our people, customers, team members expect to engage with companies wherever they are. And the pandemic has accelerated that, no question. And people much younger than us have accelerated that too. What we want to do is to make sure that we enable them, our customers, to win now with UC, CC, and conversational commerce solutions. But we want to place them in the world where they merge that. So if you have a physical location, your ticket desk at the airport, and I've gotten a notification that my flight is canceled. Then on my screen, I get a video interaction with an agent who knows my history, my data. They tell me I have these 3 options. I choose this one. I'm walking into the airport. I immediately engage with someone at the counter. The counter knows, oh, hi, Mr. Reed. We see that you've been working with so-and-so. That's traversing the physical and virtual. The metaverse is definitely going to be part of that and occur. It's kind of that kind of vision. But I want to kind of not set that so far out there. I want to turn this into a journey as we move from notifications to conversations. And those conversations are moments of engagement. And ultimately, when we get to the physical and virtual world, real metaverse, we're going to see that immersive 360-degree engagement. The next frontier is the engagement of customers and team members at scale that moves this connection point across from marketing activities, sales activities, support activities, service activities. And they're not one-off. It's a platform. It's a V for Vonage. Vonage does that.
So you call it the next frontier, and I mean the way you describe it, I can't think of a technical reason that can be done, if not now, pretty soon. But I can think of sort of business reasons or process reasons or human reasons why it's not likely that soon. At one point I think you said 10 years or 5 years. I don't remember.
Yeah, 5 to 10. Yeah. But you're on a really good point. The point is, though, we have real customers working on immersive 360-degree solutions today. It's happening. Conversational commerce is going to accelerate. And those moments of engagement will expand and they'll move across. We're seeing the combination of UC and CC and the expectation that they are become truly integrated. More and more our customers buy there. What we have to do is take them on a journey. There's always going to be early movers. So I'm in an industry 40 years. I'm 60 years old. I chose this space because it's the right time in the right place. These kind of events happen like 5 times in your career if you do a 40-year career, right? Client server, internet, mobility, cloud, 5G, this communication and engagement. And customers are going to move there. It's not a light switch. And you're going to see this more and more over the next 3 to 5 years. There's going to become keynote discussions at events like this next year, the year after. And it's going to accelerate and buy-in. And you're going to see more and more examples of this. Not because it's just a good technology. It's because customers and team members will demand that this experience occurs. How frustrated you are when you get a notification your plane's been canceled. Try and reply to it. Nothing happens. You have to figure it out. When it integrates, that customer lost the opportunity to get that booking, to get a new sale. It's a journey. And I tell you, this is an exciting journey. And the combination with Ericsson enables us to have I like Warren Zevon, lawyers, guns, and money to get there faster, right? Some of the people in the room don't even know who Warren Zevon is, but lawyers, guns, they give us the capacity to accelerate this future. And the combination of their 25,000 engineers and our innovative engineers and our APIs, plus the network, it's going to change the world. It's going to change the world. This is the destiny that we have as the tech leaders. It's to create this engagement and this new future. It's going to be amazing.
Well, as Warren Zevon would say, you seem like a man who enjoys every sandwich. So we appreciate your being here with us and bringing this energy and vision to the stage with us. So Rory Reed, CEO of Vonage, thanks very much.
Viva Vonage, all right?
All right. Thanks very much.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes our fireside chats. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll have this morning's keynote, starting with Gary Sorrentino of Zoom. Thanks.
Please welcome back to the stage, Eric Kraft.
Thanks very much, everyone, and we're ready to start our keynotes today. Our first keynoting company, this is actually going to be their first time on this stage as a keynoter. They were booked to and scheduled to be keynoting for the first time in March 2020 at Enterprise Connect 2020. And of course, that event didn't happen. They gave a virtual keynote that year, but we've never had the opportunity to bring them to our event here in Orlando, and I'm delighted that we're going to have that opportunity now. 2 years ago, when they were supposed to originally be a keynoter, they were a hot company. They were a company everybody knew was going to make a significant impact on the industry. They weren't yet a verb. They weren't yet almost a generic term for using video and keeping in touch with people in ways that a little more than 2 years ago we probably didn't anticipate we were going to need to. But now they are, and now they're absolutely a company that we are super happy and excited to bring to you and to bring your a vision of what they see as a future that they are now a very important player in for enterprise communication. So it's really my pleasure to welcome our Zoom keynoter, Gary Sorrentino from Zoom. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you so much. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to, what is this, today the third day of Enterprise Connect? But I think what's even more important, after 2 years, we're finally all back in person. And you know, yes, that's worth an applause for sure, right? So while the past few days for me have been filled with these sessions on thought leadership, new products, you know, for me, I got to tell you, it's been about returning to this level of normal as we pave our way forward. You know, I met colleagues, friends, but you know what? This is only my second large in-person event in 2 years, but most important, I got to finally meet my Zoom family. So for all the Zoomers out there, give yourself an applause because I got to meet the Zoom family, right? Maybe we shared a meal. Let's not even talk about the drinks, okay? As we recognize, this is now the second anniversary of the pandemic this month, but we have to reflect on all the positive outcomes. And look, many jobs, functions, and even some frontline workers, everyone had to stay at their post. And from Zoom, we thank all of you. But think about us as knowledge workers. We got the benefit and privilege of participating in a global 50 million person experiment. And in a matter of weeks, knowledge workers all over the world in companies, we pivoted it. We redefined how we did work. And we continue to provide products and services. And due to the severity of the cause, of course, but the resiliency of the global knowledge worker, we made it work. And in some cases, we even increased productivity. Okay, but let's just take a quick look around the room here. Think about the knowledge workers in your company. How many worked through the pandemic? Okay, a couple there. How many went back in 2020? 2021? How about recently? How about not back yet? Yeah, we're seeing still a lot of that, right? And as companies are continuing to develop, I guess it's a return to office strategy, we have to acknowledge, think about it even for yourself. Those employees we sent home 2 years ago, they are not the same employees that are coming back. And you know, knowledge workers, come on, we're emerging from home offices, dining room tables, bedrooms, hey, the left side of the couch. And you know what? We've all thought about a couple of things. How we want to work. Who's upgraded their own technology at home? Yeah, a lot of us have, right? That might even be my home setup. Don't talk about it. When we want to work. Asynchronous work is on the rise. I came from a global environment, and working globally, you go to bed at night, colleagues all around the world, you wake up the next day, wherever you were working on has moved forward. But people are working asynchronously on the same teams, on the same floors, in the same department, even in the same zip codes. And where we want to work, I just want to know one thing. Where is this guy? because that's where I want to work. But think about even yourselves. Employees all over the world, what are you demanding? Autonomy, flexibility, right? But most important, the employees around the world are demanding companies to find technology that's going to make this work. And for all my CIO buddies out there, this is hard. And I think a lot of us are struggling to figure this out in real time. The Great Resignation. I call this the Great Equalizer. Just think you're talking to employees today, and here's what they're saying. I know what I need to be productive. I know what I need to grow my career. Hello, Mr. Employer? If you can't provide it for the first time, I'm willing to go somewhere else. And when we sit, companies that are opening up with that flexible, we're hearing flexible arrangement. Now, we're hearing some giant leaders who are demanding people to come back to the office. Okay, that's one side. But people who are offering flexible work, and think about your own companies, people are coming back when the doors open that first day, that second day. How come there's a significant decrease on the third day and the fourth day and the next week going forward? And when we talk to employees all over the world, you know what the answer usually is? I am more productive working from home. Just think about, is your company up to the challenge of providing technology to make people productive wherever they want to work from? And I would leave you with one line here. We got to where we are pretty successful, but going back is going to be very messy. Okay, you know, I'm longtime technology, and we used to have this saying in technology, if only we could land the plane. We'd go to the boardrooms and we'd say, if only we could land the plane, we could make major differences. Well, the plane has never been closer to the ground. And our employees and our customers, they want change. And maybe it's about time we take some of those dollars we saved during the pandemic and invest in our future. Okay, so I've been with Zoom a little over 2 years, and during that time, the company has grown substantially. Zoom has gone from, I don't know how many people know this, but in 2011, you know what Zoom was called? Zasby. So it's gone from a company called Zasby to celebrating its 10-year anniversary. And from 2019 till now, we've gone from about 74,000 clients to 500,000 clients in some of the largest companies in the world. More importantly, we went from 1,700 employees to 6,800 employees. We hired 5,000 people during the pandemic. How many people changed jobs during the pandemic? Just some show of hands. And we have an annualized run rate of about $4 billion. In 2019, you know what we were saying? Zoom is a killer app. Well, today, we're so much more. Now we're a platform. Now we're talking about Zoom Phone. We're talking about Zoom Chat. We're talking about Zoom Apps, Zoom Rooms. We recently also added Zoom Contact Center, Zoom Digital Signage Appliances, and a soon-to-be-released Zoom Whiteboard. You see, we went from a killer app to a killer platform. And why are we a platform? Think about your employees. Think about your customers. Don't they require a simple-to-use, fully integrated platform to be successful? You know, our vision is clear here, our vision for the future. We want to take that place. We want to take that place where the physical and digital environments merge. And we want to create that inclusive, immersive, and collaborative experience. But it's got to adapt to the changing work styles that you're all experiencing. Okay, I think we need to admit to a couple things. The world of work will never change to the way it was. And your employees, your customers, even how you run your business has changed. So anyone that knows me, I love stories. I was in New York last Saturday night. And around 11:30 at night, I got a note from one of those food delivery apps. It was 2 words and a question mark. 11:30 at night. You know what the 2 words were? Ice cream, question mark. So I had to click it. And it said, we can have at your doorstep before midnight 2 quarts of ice cream. I'm only going to leave you with both quarts were delicious. Right? The possibility and great potential, it's up to your creativity. Right? It's up to your don't be afraid to imagine. Don't be afraid of the art of the possible. And I have to steal a line from a great leader, and it's stuck with me through the whole pandemic. The past is gone, and it is never coming back. Okay, but to be successful, you have to have guardrails. You have to think about this. So to be successful, what's it going to take? Is it going to take good thought leadership? Yes. Can't wing this one. You really have to think about it. But there are a couple of things that are what I look at as guardrails. It has to work with all the equipment that's out there. I don't think vendors like us, we can't ask you to rip everything out. We have to figure out how to take that journey with you. It has to be, regardless of where people want to work, it has to be that same experience. It has to be safe and coordinated. They don't want to go back to an office where it seems like it was just we open the doors, randomly figure it out on your own. Safe and coordinated. It has to focus on productivity. It has to focus on inclusion. And it has to be secure. Sorry for the little plug here, but you should read we came out with a blog on Monday. Zoom was just IL6 provisionally authorized by the DoD. So it has to be secure. And it has to reach all audiences. In my past, I came from an industry where we had these great client conference rooms, best technology we could buy. And we put those up on the executive floor, where the seniors are. But we just put in the middle what was ever left. That can't be anymore. We have to find a way to take today's technology, and it has to be available for all of the audiences the same. So think about it. Think about your clients and think about your own company. What are some of your big headlines? Cost? Security? Brand awareness? Here's what we're thinking. We're thinking it really is based on three things. Satisfying your employee experience, your customer experience, and your engagement. And this is making its way to the front right now, your business transformation. Okay, so let's start with employee experience. First of all, companies are going to have to upskill all of their employees that are coming to work. Too many companies have opened up with the attitude of they will figure it out, right? The future of work is not limited to the way we're doing work, but how we're collaborating. And think about us. We're all humans here, right? Think about humans. How do we communicate? Verbally, writing, maybe non-verbally. We listen, we read. We really have to find that technology that's going to help our employees mimic those different human characteristics, but make it even better. And I don't know, whether it's new tools, or maybe it's even taking our existing tools and using them in much more creative ways. That has to be how we figure out the solution for our employees. As a result, the entire workforce is going to require training. And I have a little saying about this. We need to learn new skills. We need to relearn the skills we forgot from 2 years ago. And we need to unlearn the skills that have no place in hybrid working. Okay, but business leaders, please just don't open the doors and say, come back. You really need to reimagine your in-office experience and your remote working environments, right? You have to make your employees happy. They have to feel productive. There's a lot of analysts here, so I'm not going to argue percentages. But you know what the analysts tell us? There is a huge percentage of conference rooms out there that are not video enabled still. Who wants to go back to an office? You walk into a conference room and there's not a video screen. And a huge percentage of companies that have done zero changes awaiting their hybrid workforce to come back. And I don't think anybody will raise their hand. Who's done zero changes? Yeah, I didn't think anybody would raise their hand. But look, as companies are starting to embrace that fully flexible hybrid model, or you're trying to figure out how to make it work, the business leaders today look for the right technology and create that solution that your employees are basically begging for. Okay, flexibility. Think about yourself, right? Employees want to have choice. They want to have flexibility. They want to work wherever they want to work. But they also want to be included and connected. Okay, IT leaders, think about this. They want choice and flexibility, but they want to be included and connected. I was down in the South, down around here, and I was visiting a client last week, and they just opened up. And so what I did was I kind of walked around and I said, let's see how people are working. Well, you know, this choice and flexible and this included and connected is very, very difficult. So you're going to hear about some of the things that we're doing. Let's talk about our virtual receptionist. Let's talk about our digital signage. Let's talk about Zoom Rooms and even Zoom Phone and something brand new, workspace reservations. So look, I need a little help up here. I'm going to phone a friend and we'll see if we get a little help here. Hey, John, want to give me a hand?
Hey, John.
Hey, good morning, Mona. We have our guests here. We're ready to take them on a tour of headquarters.
Sounds great. You're all set.
What we just saw here is our virtual kiosk solution. So what we're using it for is a virtual reception use case. So receptionists could be in a completely separate building or floor, or even in the comfort of their own home. And this is Zoom digital signage. Just like everything we're showing you on the tour here, it is completely powered from the Zoom platform and administered from that single pane of glass. You can greet and welcome guests and visitors. And for all of your internal workspace area, you can keep your employees informed, updated safety protocols, as well as company events and general marketing and communications. The best part about this, as long as you have a single Zoom Room license in your entire subscription, there's no limit to the amount of digital signage displays that you can deploy. This is Zoom Room Scheduling Display. This gives your employees a very easy way to identify and reserve conference rooms and spaces right there on the spot. You'll notice we have LED indicators here on the sides, so if I'm looking down a hallway, I can see which rooms are available and which rooms are booked. I can walk up here and I can reserve this room right there on the spot, either for this moment in time or for a point in time later in the day. I can even invite participants to that Zoom meeting, which will initiate an invitation that's sent out to them via email. Zoom Phone travels with you throughout your entire day. Here's a call right now. Yeah, hang tight, I'm gonna transfer this to my desk. Now I've got Jane on my Zoom Phone appliance. I'm gonna go ahead and elevate this to a face-to-face.
Hey, John.
Hey there, let's take a look at that document. Looks great, I've got some ideas. Let's take this into a private space. So this looks good here, but I do think we need to tighten this up. Otherwise, Jane, I think it looks great. Zoom is totally redefining the modern workplace.
Thanks, John. So now, let's talk about the customer experience. You know, your customers today, it's all about customer-client communications. Whether we like it or not, our clients and your clients, they kind of went through the same thing we went through, except a little different. They figured out how to consume products and services in a much different way during the pandemic. And in order to satisfy this need for them, we have to have a better customer communication plan. I don't know if you heard about it, but Zoom just released Zoom Contact Center. And I was at the booth the other day, and I was talking to a client, a customer, about Zoom Contact Center. I happened to meet them for dinner later that night. And I said, so what'd you think about Zoom Contact Center? And they said, you know, we're thinking about it as the bridge between our employees and our customers. A very interesting way to look at it. Let's see a little video on Zoom Contact Center.
The Zoom Contact Center is an omni-channel contact center solution that's optimized for video. Your customers want to connect with you in many different ways, whether it's over chat on your website, through a phone call, or over SMS. The Zoom Contact Center makes it all possible. Your agents and supervisors will use the same connection experience they already know and love. Delight your customers in new ways with the Zoom Contact Center.
Okay, but customers want flexibility just like the employees. You know, think about it. I think the days of customers coming into our offices to do work, to collaborate, I think they're kind of over. I don't see it as much anymore. There are other ways to do it. I actually think that the days of building those big customer centers, there's technology that can help us now. But you know what? We have to look at things like Zoom Smart Gallery and digital whiteboards. And we have to build a better customer meeting platform. And we have to upgrade the customer experience. You know, I was working with one industry, and I learned something. They want the in-office experience, the room experience, and the desktop experience to be the same, because they want it when they're meeting their clients, whether it's from my office or from a conference room. Well, isn't the conference room just an office with a bigger screen and a bigger desk and maybe a better camera? And they want those experiences to be the same. It's about a journey. It's about a journey for the clients. You have to be able to navigate, provide enhanced communication. But here's the most important thing. You have to allow the customer to communicate with you their way over whatever modality they choose. It's not up to us anymore. So let's bring John back and let's hear about a couple things for the customer experience.
The whole world got so accustomed to consuming our meetings in gallery view, where you can see everyone equally, regardless of who's speaking and which device they happen to join in from. That presents some challenges when you start to incorporate conference rooms full of people into that hybrid meeting experience. So that's where Smart Gallery was born. Let's go ahead and show it in action. Hey everyone. So let me go ahead and turn Smart Gallery on so we can see the experience. So now what we're seeing is we have 3 video streams coming from this single camera Zoom Room appliance. That primary stream, you see the whole room view that's auto-framed, so you get the context of who's in the room with me. But now what we see are 2 additional video streams that really get up close and personal with all of the members in this meeting from the conference room. The end result is delivering that more inclusive, democratized meeting experience regardless of where people are working, in the office or working from home. And that's Smart Gallery. Here we are in a huddle space. What you'll notice is that we've standardized on an all-in-one Zoom Room for Touch device. There's a microphone array built into this, as well as speakers, camera, and a capacitive touchscreen. The magic here is that the user interface is directly on the screen. There's all sorts of local collaboration functionality here, as well as the ability to join not just into Zoom meetings, but other meeting platforms as well. Let's take a look at what we can do. Since it's a capacitive touchscreen, I have the ability to bring in Zoom digital whiteboarding. So I can go in there and change between different colors and ink weights. I can even turn on things like auto shape detection to perfect my brainstorming sessions here. What we've done here is completely redefined the Zoom whiteboard experience. Let's take a look. Now, with infinite canvas, we have the ability to collaborate across a multitude of devices, no matter where people happen to be working, both in meeting as well as outside of meeting. These whiteboards are built over the course of projects, and we've incorporated things like different shapes and flowcharts and diagrams and virtual sticky notes. So with simplicity in mind, we've redesigned the whiteboard experience for all users, not just your power users. Also have the ability to make phone calls directly from here. So it eliminates the need to have an audio conference phone right there on the table. You can do this directly from the Zoom room. The microphones are built in, the speakers are built in. We make it super simple for those situations where you just need to make a phone call. We also have the ability to share content wirelessly. So we make it very simple to go ahead and share content from your personal device up to the Zoom Room for Touch. And what's nice about this is you also still have the ability to use the whiteboard function. So if I wanted to go in there and start to annotate on top of any content that's being shared, I have that functionality directly on the system. So that was our huddle space here at Zoom headquarters with our Zoom Room for Touch.
Thanks so much, John. And John is with us here, so please stop by the booth. I'm sure he'd be glad to show you all of this. Okay, but let's the third part, digital transformation. You know, digital transformation was always on the board agendas, but it wasn't number 1 or 2 or number 3. It was numbers 4 or number 5 or number 6. And I now think that most companies are really starting to fund their digital transformation in the right way. We're dedicating resources. But one of the things with digital transformation, it went from a little lower on the agenda to need it now. It's agility and speed. Those are going to be our key differentiators. Time to market. And all of our customers are running to create some sort of digital transformation. And again, we're depending on technology to help provide this. The second part is an enhanced experience. So let's talk about that for a second. Imagine you're going to go buy a watch and you walk into a retailer and you go to buy, I don't know, a low-end to medium-priced watch. Well, maybe the person at the counter there is qualified to help you. But what if you want to buy that $10,000 watch, that most expensive watch? Wouldn't it be great to move over to the edge of the counter and in real time, without an appointment, talk to the designer right on the spot. I have another industry that we're working for. Say you get a fender bender. By the time that adjuster gets out today, because the Great Resignation, we're having trouble hiring adjusters, might take 5 days. But what if we outfit a junior adjuster and a senior adjuster goes with him through some wearable device? And that senior adjuster might be working from where? Home. And the last part about this is flexibility. Look at the financials. Anybody get a mortgage during the pandemic? Mortgage during the pandemic? Yeah, think about the financial institutions. We have completely changed that to be a digital-first platform. I can now go on their website, apply for a mortgage, pop up a video agent, right? If I need a notary, pop in the notary, and I can sign the document through a document signing, all from the same window. So think about it. Leveraging that Zoom platform, we're going to help you accelerate your digital transformation by helping you power things like you saw on the video, a virtual kiosk, or deploying Zoom on drones and wearables. How about bringing your applications into the virtual experience? Or how about bringing video into your applications? And you can hear about that through Zoom apps. That's where you bring your application into the experience, or Zoom SDK. That's where you bring our experience into your applications. So look, stop by the booth and talk to us about these. So look, I'm going to leave you with 3 points. Zoom is a platform that supports your employee and customer experience. We're a single provider of a platform that's designed to support the entire journey. Zoom, this is a platform that's going to help you transform the way you work. Our communication and collaboration solutions, they're built to support hybrid working. And we're showcasing all of this functionality today at the show, but functionality that's going to help you drive true business value. You know, when you're there, ask about workspace reservations. And last, well, Zoom, we're here to help your company with digital transformation, but we need to support your developers. We are supporting that art of the possible, and we're trying to deliver, and we are delivering, developer-friendly tools in the forms of Zoom app and Zoom SDK. And if you get to the booth, ask them about Jumpstart. Ask them about QSS. So just leave you with some closing remarks. Going back is going to be messy. It's going to be a lot harder to go back than it was to get here. Companies, we're not going to get this right the first time. Don't be afraid if you don't get it right the first time. You need to continue to listen to your employees and your customers because those needs are continuing to evolve. What they told us 6 months ago is completely different now. And you have to focus on building a technology solution that's not supporting the way we want to do things today, but supporting it in the future. So look, from all of us at Zoom, we have just begun. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone at the booth, and please, everyone, have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Gary. All right, thanks very much, Gary. That was terrific. And, you know, I couldn't agree more. I think, you know, we all know this is going to be an evolution, and that hybrid work isn't going to necessarily go right the first time everywhere. So it's great to hear that point made. We're going to take a short break. Then at 10:45, we'll be back here for our second keynote of the morning from RingCentral. So thanks.
Please welcome back to the stage, Eric Kraft.
Thank you very much. We have actually another first-time keynoter here, another semi-first-time keynoter. In 2021, when we thought we were going to be able to do this show in September of the year, we invited RingCentral to be one of the keynoters, and once again, because of the Delta wave, we were not able to do the event here live in Orlando. We did it virtually, and we're able to bring RingCentral to you digitally, but we're really excited to have RingCentral here on hand now in person to deliver their first ever keynote from the Enterprise Connect stage. As we've been messaging out, our keynoter, Kira Makagon from RingCentral, will be out in just a minute. But to get us started, we have the Chief Marketing Officer from RingCentral, Jaya Kumar.
Thank you. So good morning. It's a pleasure to be back here in Enterprise Connect and a privilege to be here in front of our key customers who have graced us for this event. While my title is Chief Marketing Officer, the most important aspect of the role that I play as well as the team plays is to be the amplifier of the voice of each one of you in the room who are our customers. So let me start with the simple punchline that seems obvious to all of us, which was that if pandemic was the great disruptor, hybrid is now become the great pivot. And a couple of things struck us as we heard from thousands of customers around the world as to what this meant for them. The first thing they all mentioned consistently is the notion of a headache. And the types of headaches that this new pivot has created touches various parts of the organization. If you take from a moment on how the street evaluates the shareholder value of each of your companies, they have changed the premise of how they give a premium to dividends, how they look at interest rate, how they factor inflation into our stock prices. And that is a factor of what they say is the distributed workforce of the future. On the other side, on what it means for employees, the degree of engagement or disengagement, words like great resignation, the notion of shadow IT organizations that have crept up in different parts of the organization that you all monitor, the labor shortages, and a lot of buzzwords with a word X in it, whether it's CX, EX, UX, and we are all part of that family ecosystem. And so the Uber theme we heard from each of our customers was, can you please give me a Tylenol and I'll leave to get rid of the pain that I'm dealing with? The next question we asked ourselves is this systemic? Is this structural? Are we expecting hybrid work to be a trend or a fashion for a short period of time, or do we anticipate this to continue for some time? And the general conclusion is the world is unlikely to go to the way we were working pre-pandemic all the time. There are different definitions of hybrid, but let me share some simple data points, some of which are even humorous. 52% said that I'd rather wash dishes than drive to work, especially if you're in the cities, the major cities where the commute times are ridiculous. The perception is I'd rather not waste my time commuting, but actually do stuff at home. Second is the notion of human connections has changed fundamentally. 74% feel like pre-pandemic, we never thought you could build a relationship without actually meeting the person. And today, 75% of them feel like while we love the notion of a human connection, that is reserved for making the human connection, but day to day, we are able to actually operationalize without necessarily having to meet in person. So that's the second thing. And the third is 9 of the 10 people, and these were 9,000 users and customers globally in the survey that we ran in RingCentral, tells us we do not expect to work more than 3 days a week in office. In fact, it is almost a precondition that that's a systemic change that the world anticipates to see for a long time to come. So the first thing is there's a lot of headache. The second thing is we believe this is much more structural, and more systemic and long-term. And the third part I thought was well captured by this editorial article in Wall Street Journal, which said the notion of COVID, C-O-V-I-T, organizations, and the genesis being people love the consumer experience that they have with devices and how they interact, because now they have been working from home, and they come to the organization, to the office, and realize, my God, this really looks outdated. So the mishmash of expectation, of I'd love to see the user interfaces, the elegance of what I see at home, interestingly, to be transported to work in how the technology platforms work. So with all of this feedback, the question that we had in RingCentral was, what should we do about it? The two Uber themes, and we have started to separate out more distinctly what hybrid work means for a line of business owner, the people who partner with all the customers here, and each one of you. And the 2 points were very simple. The technology leader was saying, simplify my pain points. The business leader was saying, help me grow a business in a hybrid world. That was the core essence of all of that work. So then the question became, what should RingCentral deliver for each one of you in this room? And we distilled it down to a core value proposition, which is, how do we make hybrid simple for each one of you? How do we ensure our product innovations, the things that we build in technology today, engineers a radically simple experience that makes hybrid a really viable proposition for the business? We grouped the notion of making hybrid simple into 3 territories. And that's how you will hear from Kira on how we have laid out each of our innovations. The first, it's simple to set up. Our customers told us, make it easy for me to get the product going, make it easy for me to deploy the product, make it easy for me to scale the product. So simple to set up was the Uber theme 1. Simple to run. Now that I have a product in which I can manage my communications needs, how do I make it ridiculously easy for me to run? How do I make my meetings incredibly more productive? How do I engineer completely new experiences for my employees and my contact center when they connect the two? So it was simple to run became the second Uber theme. And the last was simple to manage. How do you run this business in a way that as an IT leader, I have a single pane of glass that gives me a complete end-to-end perspective of how my entire communication system is operating, the insights and data that I will have in order to deliver the best experience for my clients on the business side. So the word simple transported across setting up, running, and managing were the 3 themes on how we're going to build out the story here this morning. So we can talk about multiple things, but I want to make sure you will leave with one thought before I turn it to Kira, is the word simple is actually incredibly difficult to orchestrate. And whether it is a sophisticated enterprise that has unique workflows, individual security needs, I mean, overnight we moved from a ridiculously secure environment to the home being the environment in which you manage security, and the personas that have emerged. There are about 25 frontline personas that RingCentral is focused on to engineer solutions, which has not been the premise of how it has been the last 10 years. So we believe the word simple, while sounding simple, is incredibly complex. And what we are going to share with you today is how we are engineering solutions to accomplish what each one of you have told us that you need in the hybrid world. There's a lot of features and functionalities we can talk about, but we're going to focus on 3 arenas this morning. On the territory of simple to set up, the Uber word is untethered mobility or radical mobility. How do we enable mobility in everything we do to set you up and scale you up? Second, in terms of how to run, is really make your meetings effective. There is a series of innovations that we have put in place that we believe will really manifest itself in transforming and leapfrogging on how you run your meetings day to day. And last is the cycle time of analytics today in most products exceed the decision cycle time. In other words, if I need a decision to make tomorrow, if my analysis takes time till day after tomorrow, it's pretty useless. So if we can bring the speed of analytics at the speed of decision making, instantly available in the most portable user interface that you can run your business day to day, that's the third theme. So without much ado, I'd love to welcome Kira McCaugan, who's the Chief Product and Technology and Innovation Officer of RingCentral, to share with you the storyline we have around these three themes. With that, welcome, Kira.
Thank you, Jaya, and hello, everyone, and thank you all for being here. So as Jaya mentioned, we're focused on making communication simple. So what does it mean? It means user-friendly, it means easy for everyone, it means frictionless, and it means an awesome user experience for everyone, anywhere. So let me tell you a little bit about how. So there's three aspects of our product that we're making communications simpler. So one is to set up your business with radical mobility. Second is run your meetings more effectively with smarter meetings. And the third, manage your business with analytics at the speed of business. Let's start and see how RingCentral is making it simple to set up your business for a modern hybrid workforce with radical mobility. You may ask, what is radical mobility? Radical mobility is enabling people connect and communicate on any device, anywhere, at any time, and it means you're never tethered to your desk, ever. You can switch between meetings at any time, and it enables you to basically be tether-free, so you can run to pick up your kids from school, you can show your office, your new office space to your coworkers with the back of your camera, or you can simply switch between devices when the battery runs out. And we make it even simple to switch from a mobile device to a room when you're running late to a meeting. Interesting, our native mobile offering connects business communications to the mobile operators. So for example, if you're a financial services professional, you can take your clients' meetings on the go from your mobile phone and be in compliance while having the best-in-class voice quality using the operator's 5G network. RingCentral announced this and made it available over a year ago. And since then, we've just made it better and better. And just don't take my word for it. Go check it out in our booth live. In short, we're making meetings simpler and easier so that it's easier for you to set up your business with radical mobility. And in today's world, having radical mobility is not just about having inclusivity so that everybody can be involved. It's essential that everybody is made available to everybody. Now, let's see how RingCentral makes it simple to run your business with smarter meetings for hybrid work. For one, we're rolling out a whiteboard experience that makes it simple for a hybrid workforce to communicate from anywhere. And to make it intuitive for you and easy to use, we also have a little trackpad on the side that makes it easy to navigate your way around the whiteboard. Native collaborative notes are something that I'm very excited about because it makes it easy for you to take notes right in the meeting. And you can ideate with your coworkers or your customers or your friends right there and then, right in the meeting, without ever having to open another app. And you can save it for reference later. RingCentral provides you an ability to control your room from your mobile phone. And we're also announcing different modes of presentation for the presenters in the meeting to make them better seen and represented in the meetings better. How many of you have been late to a meeting? How many are juggling multiple meetings? Everybody's going to raise their hand for that one. Different time zones. I'm often double booked. I'm running late to a meeting. My boss is in the back there, and he'll confirm that. And my coworkers here will confirm that too. So we decided to make it stress-free. We decided to basically make it such that you are never sorry about missing a meeting. And you can always catch up on what you've missed. We call it Advanced Meeting Insights. So let's take a look. We've leveraged our deep AI capabilities to generate meeting summaries with keywords, highlights, and transcripts so that it's easy for you to catch up on what you've missed. And for all recorded meetings, it's always available. Like this one, when we're prepping for Enterprise Connect. Like the rest of you, we put it all together in an intuitive interface on all of your devices, always on all of your devices. So let's take a look at many ways to revisit the whole meeting or parts of it. My favorite is this AI-generated summary of the meeting. It's kind of like the Cliff Notes. I used to love them in college too, but here you can even edit them after the fact. And if you don't want to watch the whole meeting, just watch the highlights. It's like the ESPN sports highlights, same idea. Just reel through the highlights. And if you want to, you can jump from a topic to specific parts of the meeting. And there's more. So if you're like me and you're always multitasking, you can read up in AI-generated snippets on what you missed. And so now you see what I mean by never having to worry about missing a meeting because you can catch up on what you've missed. So with RingCentral meetings, we've made it simpler and more productive and more effective for you to catch up on what you've on the meeting experience and catch up on what you've missed. With RingCentral add-ins, we're bringing together your favorite apps right into RingCentral. Roll the video, please. And there's so much more, and I wish I had the time to talk to you about all of this. And there's so much more yet to come in the near future. So now finally, let's take a look at how we make it simple for you to manage your business. For starters, let's talk about how we've reimagined webinars. How many of you feel comfortable setting up an all-hands or a marketing webinar? I suspect most of you feel one or all of these emotions. I know I used to. So we at RingCentral decided to make it stress-free and empower everyone to be able to set a webinar. And it's just as easy as setting up a RingCentral video meeting. So now let's take a look at how we made it simple and how it's available to everyone. Roll the video, please.
Introducing RingCentral Webinar, a modern solution that makes it easy to host up to 10,000 participants. Just run your webinar from your desktop or laptop, and away you go. It's perfect for internal events, like an all-hands meeting or training, but also ideal for external, like a product launch event, sales pitch, or a marketing demand gen event. RingCentral Webinar is as easy as setting up a regular meeting, and it's seamless. There's no extra app, with Webinar living right next to your messaging, video, and phone. Attendees can join easily right inside the app or their browser, wherever they are, from the office or at home. No download needed. During the event, you'll have a full set of features behind you to help create an immersive experience. And as a host, you'll get visibility into how your event performed, with full analytics and reports top to bottom, from signups to responses to engagement. Sign up for RingCentral Webinar today.
Thank you. So you see how RingCentral webinars are feature-rich and built to help you run your business end-to-end. Quality and engagement metrics are right there, integrations, APIs, and so much more to drive engagement within your audience. Even when webinars are high stakes, they don't need to be high stress. So in the spirit of simplicity, we're bringing in one app, calls, chat, meetings, and now webinars. It's easy for everyone, it's in one app, and it's designed for mobility. What is most important to your business? Your customers. But customer interactions don't just happen in a call center. They happen, for example, with frontline workers in retail, in healthcare, in hospitality, financial services, and many other industries. Line of business managers need visibility into how their business is performing, especially in this hybrid workforce environment that we all live in now. And most UCaaS platforms don't have it. So RingCentral is excited to introduce to you the next generation of business analytics to empower line of business managers. It's simple, it's intuitive, and it's powerful. It's your control center so that you can run your business and manage your business and act on informed decisions without ever needing an IT professional by your side. Of course, you always do. But in this case, we empower you, and you can customize your data views, you set your KPIs, monitor trends that are important to the business. And all of this is supported by our rich APIs. Our open platform is part and parcel of everything that we do. Let me take you through a couple of examples, use cases. What are some of the most common questions that line of business managers ask? What volume of calls can my team handle? What are my peak hours? What are my key performance indicators, and how do I track them? And how do I perform on my performance? How do I report on my performance to my leadership? So RingCentral gives you the ultimate flexibility to be empowered to manage your business. As an example, if you see a consistent spike of calls at 8 a.m., you can add one more person to the shift. And if you manage BDRs, you can set up automated reports to evaluate performance of your team's customer interactions and schedule automatic weekly emails be sent to you, or the information be available right there in the RingCentral app. These use cases are especially relevant for a hybrid environment where managers may have less visibility for remote workers. This is a simple and powerful way of managing your business with an enabling line of business managers. And to help manage your work in a hybrid enterprise, RingCentral is proud to share with you that we're the only vendor that brings together market-leading UCaaS and CCaaS in one seamless experience. All in one, customer experience and employee experience drive value seamlessly across the enterprise. One global platform, one global telephony, one global collaboration platform, one vendor, all enabled by AI and supported by AI. And don't just take my word from it. This is what our customers tell us. Over 50%, close to 50% of customer interactions result in higher customer satisfactions and higher employee satisfactions, and 30% increase in employee productivity. These are some amazing results, and we're super excited about them. And in summary today, I highlighted a few key RingCentral innovations. Make it simple to run your business and set up your business with radical mobility. Make it simple to run your meetings more effectively with smarter meetings, and make it easier to manage your business with line of business analytics. And with that, I'd like to pass it to Mo, our Chief Operating Officer, to discuss with you our vision for the future of work. Thank you.
Hello there. Isn't it lovely to be back with other human beings? Like, I've truly enjoyed being back here in Florida. Yes. All right. Thank you, Kira. Amazing set of innovations. Things that are real right now that help you manage your business, create a better employee experience, create a better customer experience. I got to tell you, my absolute favorite of all of those is the live meeting transcription and the smart meeting summaries powered by AI. They are incredible. I mean, think about, for years, we've had people taking notes, they've been logging action items, and now AI does it for us. The future is becoming a reality. And in line with that, we'd like to wrap up today by telling you our vision for the future of work, right? Right now is amazing, always a little bit fun to look ahead and vision cast, if you will. We're seeing a convergence of trends that we know is going to fundamentally change how we communicate, how we collaborate, how we get things done. And it really boils down to 3 macro trends. Generational shift, what we call the low latency paradigm, as well as then technology convergence. And together, these 3 things are going to mark the greatest period of technological advancement that business has ever seen over the course of the next few years. Let's deep dive on each one of those. The first one is the generational shift. We have a new generation entering the workforce, Gen Z. Yes, we're all getting a little bit older every single day, right? They already outnumber millennials. They're going to be more than 30% of the workforce by 2030. They're bringing new insights, they're bringing new ideas, they're bringing new expectations, and they're more technologically advanced than any previous generation before them. Kira spent a lot of time talking about multimodal. How many of you have been in meetings and your device is running out of battery and you've wanted to seamlessly move to another one? Any device, anytime. I watch my kids when they're playing with their friends or watching something, streaming with their friends. They literally have the video on. They may have a voice call going and they're messaging and then tittering at whatever they messaged each other because they're not actually talking except when they want to talk. This is a generation that expects always-on, multimodal life. They're going to expect that in their workplace. They want to be able to connect and collaborate any place, anytime. Second key theme, the low latency paradigm. The last 2 years have triggered an awareness and an unparalleled level of investment using both private and public funds in the creation and the build-out of multi-gig fiber networks, ubiquitous mobility, and 5G services. And in parallel to this, we're seeing the rise of edge compute, right? Centralized cloud instances being moved out to major cities across America, across the world. And when you put these 2 things together, when you integrate edge compute into these next generation networks, what you get is the rise of low latency. The ability to create next generation applications that can be consumed as fast as your mind can process reality. And this is where we're excited about our relationships with global service providers and how we can bring our services into this world and have them be unlocked for about 5 billion users worldwide. The third one is technology convergence. So now you have low latency. You're seeing an integration of hardware, of software, of services and AI that can take advantage of those low latency experiences. You saw it from Kira. We're already embedding AI in everything that we do, and the future capabilities are going to be even more transformative. Imagine meetings, not only where you have summaries, but the follow-up activities, the follow-up meetings are auto-scheduled on your behalf. People. Imagine as you're interacting with people, information is automatically pulled up, who they are, where they're from, family, personal interests, the last conversation you had, action items from your last meeting. Imagine analytics, real-time information being pulled up and pushed to you as you need it as part of your workflow. And then finally, we talked a little bit about all of the flavors of frontline workers. Think about how these capabilities coupled with multimodal always on can help employees with their workflow in real time and the ability to connect with another colleague for help as they need it. Every single employee can become customer facing. Doesn't have to be in a contact center. Retail employees that are showing their goods and wares to customers when they're not helping someone on the floor. The possibilities are amazing and transformative. And for me, I believe these trends create a new era of communications. It's an era that's going to be built around deep analytics, pervasive AI, and emerging XR. It's something that we call intelligent unified communications as a service. Huge implications for the future of communications, period. Huge implications for the future of work. We're already working with partners in every single sector to make this a reality. And as you saw from Kira, we are well on our way. We're looking forward to you coming on this journey with us. Thank you for spending your time with us today. And if you're in Orlando, please come by the booth to learn more. Have a great day. Chat soon.
Thanks very much, Mo. All right. Thanks very much, Jaya, Kira, and Mo. That was a terrific half hour of RingCentral's vision, and we got one more keynote to go this morning. That'll be from Google. Again, we're going to take a little break, and at 11:30 we'll hear from Google.
welcome back to the stage, Eric Kraft.
All right, thank you very much for sticking around. It's really going to be worth it. We got a terrific final keynote to close out our keynotes for Enterprise Connect here on Wednesday. It's really been great to get some of the companies that are really starting to enter this space and transform it in ways that we couldn't have predicted maybe a few years ago. And we've been bringing Google to Enterprise Connect to do keynotes for several years now. But that story has continued to evolve, and Google as a player in this market has continued to evolve and continued to bring new capabilities and leverage what we all know is the tremendous resources and stature of Google to be an impact on this industry. And that's continuing here this year. You've seen him on the show floor, and now you're going to see him on the keynote stage. It's my pleasure to welcome our Google keynoter, Andrew Moore.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm really glad everyone's here and humbled to be here. My name is Andrew Moore. I'm in charge of artificial intelligence in Google Cloud. And the thing which brings us all together in this room is we all care about communication. And for me, a lifetime practitioner of artificial intelligence, communication is the essential starting point for everything else we can do to make the world safer, more fun, fairer, better health outcomes. It's all to do with, both in the public sector and the private sector, that ability for end users to be able to talk to their company or organization when they need information, when they need urgent help, when they've got a difficult problem that they don't know how to solve. And so there's two reasons why in our strategic planning around artificial intelligence in Google Cloud, communication has been the top of our agenda. First reason, when we model out the state of the world in 2030 to 2040, as artificial intelligence has transformed all the economies of the world, not all of the current Fortune 500 will be there. Some will have replaced. The ones which survive are the ones which will be treating their end users with this sort of super fancy concierge-like experience where the customer knows and trusts that the company they're using the services from are responsive, creative, problem-solving on their behalf. So that's the first reason. It is the essential part to the end goal for digital transformation for organizations. Second part is much more focused on how we at Google see AI evolving. Communication is where it all starts. So as we're doing other things further down the chain in the back end to make operations more efficient, to use less resources, or to make them safer, all those other AI activities key off the conversations and requests and calls for help that the users give them. So for those two reasons, for at least the last 4 years, the question of how we enable really meaningful communications between end users and corporations and governments has been an essential driving part of our strategy. So that's good. At the moment, I'm happy. But here's the but. It's hard, and we've all, in this conference, I think, talked about some of these issues. We are not in the business of just painting futuristic stories. We actually want to make them work. And so the practicality of making this work, we have to get over these challenges. For most big, mature organizations out there, they have a technology stack. They're in the middle of changing it, no doubt. There's no such thing as a new brand new blank page approach to communications with customers. So we have to be able to work in a world which is changing and let people bring in the things that they need while being compatible with the things that they're relying on. We have to have omni-channel types of communications, but we see over and over again organizations which can't do that at the moment. There are silos between the different modes that the users are interacting with the company. One of the things which is really was a huge thing in our early designs for our conversational strategy was the fact that business logic is key. Old business logic in the form of pretty stationary rules does not help if you're trying to come up with clever or really helpful out-of-the-box solutions for customers. We need to let organizations be nimble about that. And of course, one thing that we are quietly confident about is our ability to make artificial intelligence as realistic and useful as possible, but there's still an open question and some skepticism as to how far AI can reach into the industry. We're also worried about the need for many forms of data throughout an organization to actually get matched together with master data management and knowledge graph and question answering systems. And finally, but the absolute centerpiece, and in fact, frankly, the reason that I chose to go to Google for my enterprise part of my career is the need for security, reliability, ability to work on top of a stack which is ready to obey all the governance issues that this very complicated world needs. So those are the challenges. That's why we worked so hard for the last few years. And recently, well, actually about 3 years ago now, we introduced CCAI, Customer Contact Artificial Intelligence. And this helped our customers around the world meet all of these needs and demands. So we are proud, but we realize there's more to do. 24/7 self-service with virtual agents. And this is about not frankly your parents' speech recognition, where it's just a question of converting speech signals into text signals. This is about inferring with complex questions, compound questions, and interruptions from a customer what they really need and being able to respond to an evolving conversation. Reducing the average handling time through agent assist, where when we do need a human user to talk to a human agent, we give all the support by understanding the conversations, making sure the agent has the right information at their fingertips. The analytics, obviously for many of us in the data science world, this is our forte, understanding what's going on so that we can make strategic decisions about how we're staffing, how we're prioritizing what we're doing in our customer communications. And of course, we built for every industry, so making sure that we have that layer of abstraction, and absolutely all channels. You cannot have a different experience when you move between voice to texting to a conversation which needs you to hit something on your phone and so forth. So we've worked hard on this, and we're pretty proud of it. This has been built on technology that we've had to invent for our own internal systems. And I'm really grateful to our head of engineering and product management on this team. They come from our Google Assistant program and have all the experience in the world of making sure that we have world-class understanding and response times. And then we're backed by the teams in Google Research and DeepMind and many other parts of Google to help get this technology mature. Now, life is complicated. It is absolutely not enough. And I want to be actually humble about this because I think this is sometimes seen as a flaw in Google. It's not enough to just provide really smart technology. We have to listen to the customers and make sure that we really are bridging that gap between what's there now and what's coming in the future. So we knew that we need to give customers options for how they're working with contact centers. There's no one-size-fits-all approach here. We knew that many customers urgently wanted a way to become cloud native, to simplify all their operations by having something which is straightforward to manage. And finally, partnerships. We know that this is a very mature industry with lots of brilliance throughout its ecosystem, and we have to and want to work with the large ecosystem of people who are part of providing these solutions. This is not a situation where you can just bring in one magic technology to replace all else. This is a big team effort. So here is the thing which I am so excited and proud of, and I have to thank all our partners and all the Googlers who've worked tirelessly for this, and some special secret guest stars I will be mentioning on the next slide, who have helped us bring this together. We're announcing Contact Center AI Platform, and this is the ability to run a complete contact center, including all the things that you need, the agent workstations, the integration with the lower level telephony and other communication channels. And I'm going to walk through exactly what this means. So the way you can look at this as a stack is we have the top layer of CCAI, the CCAI services layer, is where we provide these advanced AIs, which we're constantly working on every week, launching new features and abilities. The virtual agent, the agent assist, and the ability to do insights, workforce optimization, and so forth. CCAI platform brings together all the absolutely essential features you also need to be doing to run a successful contact center operation. And on the next slide, we'll go into that. This in turn then is architected to run on our conversational core technologies. Google has an artificial intelligence platform which provides what we hope are world-class speech, vision, natural language understanding, problem solving, question answering, optimization, diagnosis, all of these capabilities. But what you're getting on CCAI is packaged on top of those, so that as we and our researchers are improving those, it immediately pipes into our main platform. So let's look more carefully at the CCAI platform, what it gives us. 6 things. First, it's end-to-end. A customer who comes to us, perhaps because they have not tried to do any automation before, we can now offer a single place to go to build something which will run in the cloud with what I believe is the world's strongest security to run an AI customer call center for them. Next thing is, you remember how I talked about how conversation is the beginning of the relationship with a customer? So a design principle is customer relationship management direct in the middle of the design. So this is going to help, as you're going to see when we talk about some of our partners, in making sure that conversations are not independent of all the important information that we need to serve the customer that's in our CRM. Next is this ability to be multi-experience. We all know that conversations do jump around between touch, voice, video, and chat. That's how it is. That is how it is when one is interacting with a fancy concierge, if one is lucky enough to do so. AI is more than just the speech understanding and the decision-making as to how to help the customer. There's all kinds of orchestration behind the scenes with things like workforce planning and making sure that you're routing the right customers to the right agent at the right time, deciding when we need to bring in the human to help. Of course, throughout our AI stack and analytics stacks, we push very hard on data unification, having it so that when you need to make decisions driven by multiple organizations within a company, you can join that data in a meaningful way. And finally, the security and reliability. Again, this is why I came to Google. I know that artificial intelligence, which is sort of somewhat flaky, is never going to actually be able to improve the world. Now, what I'm really excited to announce is that we're doing this not all by ourselves, but with world experts. A very successful startup that you all know because it won the Best of Enterprise Connect overall award this year. So big hand for you, Jet. I tell you, we were so thrilled when we saw that, and we at Google know that it's so richly deserved. These are the folks we've been working intensely with to build this OEM'd product with a very secure, user-centric design. We've been working together to make sure we have unlimited scalability and things which work with all modalities. So, here is how this relationship is working. It's to do with the implementations that we can do together, the functions that we can provide, and the ease of use of the combined system that you're getting from Google wrapped around an OEM UJET experience. We get a turnkey contact center out of the box for those customers who want that. Many customers, that's the last thing they need. They're in the middle of huge amounts of pre-investment and running an existing strategy. And I'll talk about those customers and how this contact center platform can help them as well. We are able to make pricing a much more simple and straightforward thing rather than having multiple vendors to manage all at the same time. The telecom infrastructure involves a three-way fail-safe among multiple Tenofly partners. And the customer PII, and I cannot stress how important this is, there is no point where the customer PII is exposed in any of the services in a way which would go against the kind of regulatory environment or the honest expectation of privacy that the customers of these systems have. The next thing is the function. It is what we're getting with this partnership, better than the sum of the parts, is we're able to offer this very rich, full channel modality. So conversations which perhaps begin on the phone, but it's actually useful to pick up the mobile device and press some stuff or review some options or even provide things like KYC, Know Your Customer accreditation during a call. Customer relationship management out-of-the-box integration with all of the superb CRM organizations out there. And of course, for management, we get this single pane of glass management of the whole contact center experience, as opposed to something where perhaps there's 3 different panes of glass for the different components and different layers to be managed. And then, of course, it's all there because as we were building and as we answered those big 3 customer questions I mentioned, we need to get the ease of use. Let me jump onto the next slide now and talk more about this. This is what we've built. This is what we're proud of. And I think this is what helps me feel confident that I'm going to be able to bring the rest of artificial intelligence to companies that are building on top of this, because we've got such a mature and easy to use overall contact center experience. We get the virtual agents and the technology behind these and the ability to design ever increasingly abstract conversations where the conversation graphs look much more like proper diagnosis and problem-solving systems. We get that. We get the agent assist. And I want to stress how for many of our large customers, this has been so critical. The idea that you can very significantly reduce average handling time, customers themselves, end users become so happy that the agents are able to be very informed with suggested answers to questions or extra background information that's brought up before even the human agent realized they needed it. Big reduction in average handling times and CSAT. Next, going clockwise around this, here is the contact center as a service. So this is, for us, another major path in the world of X as a service, this time for what we think was one of the most critical, complex areas of information technology that there is, contact centers. So this is the main thing that we're excited about. And then, of course, we're Google, we like data, we are laser focused on helping make sure that everything that we can infer about what's working and what's not working as a contact center is available for future decision making and to improve that concierge system. Now, I think this might be the most important slide. Very important point to make. There really are different kinds of enterprise customers and public sector customers with different needs. Many customers fall towards the left side of this diagram, customers that do want that security and long-term comfort that they are running on a single contact center as a service, as a full enterprise system, rather than having to manage lots of subcomponents. So this, of course, is the thing that we're announcing today and are supporting. But we cannot neglect the fact that many amazing companies represented at this conference today have been pioneers in building the underlying parts of the stack to support contact center, telephony, agent workstations, and so forth. We know that there are customers who absolutely are doing the right thing when they make sure that they are sticking with their long-term strategic plans. And so we're proud to partner with all the companies you're seeing on this slide as we together help bring additional intelligence into contact center world. So very important slide to remember. It really is an option for companies who want to go straight to the full contact center as a service and companies that want to work with some of the best partners in the world. We're also proud to announce a full set of systems integration partners. These are companies that we've all worked with intensively in the past and are currently all of them active in big CCAI integrations and are a core part of CCAI platform. And then one thing I'm particularly proud to announce today is the agreement between Salesforce and Google, as Salesforce being our top partner for CRM integration. And with the Salesforce Google Contact Center platform combination, we're able to give decisions based on full CRM customer 360 data. We can take advantage of what we know about the customer in the past so that we can help them and provide them the answer that will delight them. We can work on things like omni-channel routing together, the agent syncing and making sure that those communication channels are managed using the quality that you would expect from a Salesforce management system, the native Salesforce soft phone, the agent assist insights, which are driven in part by all the extra information we have to support. And then, of course, something which I forgot to mention so far because I've been so excited, the importance of extremely high-quality call transcription and being able to not only transcribe but understand the contents of that transcription, convert it back into structured information to be recorded for analytics purposes. So this is where we stand at the moment. We believe in artificial intelligence. We believe that conversation is the key to that. We've invested very heavily in that, and now today we're announcing that it is possible to create new turnkey systems using this new Google Contact Center platform. Let's bring that all together in a little video demonstration.
Let's say Rob needs information on getting his first mortgage, but doesn't know where to start. First, he's connected with a virtual agent.
Hi, Rob. Welcome to Silverbank. How can I help you today?
I'd like to get some help on a house I'm looking at. I'm not sure what my options are about getting my first mortgage.
Sure. Can you tell me what address you are interested in?
Yeah, it's 52 Henry Street.
Got it. Buying a home can be complicated. Let me transfer you to one of our specialists to make it easy.
Hi, Rob. My name is Maria. I'm one of our mortgage specialists. I see that you'd like to get a new mortgage. First, let's get some basic information. Could you upload a picture of the house in the app? We're going to look at both the property in question and your ability to qualify for a loan.
Yes, let me grab it outside. Okay, just sent.
Thank you. Got the picture. Based on the information, it looks like you're pre-qualified for a loan.
Yay!
Congratulations. I also see that you qualified for a line of credit to help with any renovations or additions you may want to make.
Well, this will be our first home, and I'm sure there will be some things that we want to modify, but I'm not sure how that works.
As the conversation continues, the case details from the connected touchpoints can be automatically stored in your CRM, including chat transcripts, audio recordings, photos, and files. With this data and Agent Assist, you can reduce agent handle time by providing turn-by-turn guidance on the conversation flow based on customer intent.
A line of credit will enable you to have easy access to liquid account that you can use or not at any point, depending on what you decide to do to the house.
That would be great. Can I also look into adding that on with the mortgage?
Sure, but I will need to validate your identity once more before qualifying you further. I'll send you a notification that will use facial recognition on your phone.
Just got it.
Thanks. Looks like we're good to go. I'll have a loan officer reach out to you about finalizing the paperwork.
Awesome. Thank you.
After the call with the agent, a notification regarding the new mortgage application can arrive on the phone, completing the multi-channel customer service experience.
So we have partners and engineers within Google and product managers and UX designers and customer engineering organizations who've all worked really hard to bring this together. And there is a great point of pride in this. And of course, for us, the biggest pride is when we hear back from the customers. One United Bank is the largest black-owned bank in the United States. And here's the quote from Terry Williams. One United Bank has been in partnership with Google Cloud and UJet, as well as a long-standing customer of Salesforce. The expansion and enhancements of Google Cloud's Contact Center AI platform, along with its deeper integration with Salesforce, means better return on investment as we drive towards evolving our contact center to deliver exceptional client experiences. Fitbit, perfect example of a digital native company, from Cassandra Johnson. Fitbit relies on Google Cloud and UJet to provide support to our customers with a mobile-first approach. This collaboration, in combination with a strong Salesforce integration, has helped us modernize our entire customer support experience. So these and many stories like this make us proud. And as I'm closing, I want to focus in a little bit more on this. This is an anecdote which Carolyn Yap, our head of customer engineering, described in a panel, I think on Monday. And it was the kind of thing which means that we all together are doing something much bigger than any of our individual organizations. At the start of the pandemic, as you know, airlines, hospitals, CDC, unemployment claims insurance places, tax rebate places were all absolutely overwhelmed, not just in the United States, but around the world. And people with desperate needs were waiting 8 hours to get help. And so as we raced to get these new contact center experiences in place in record time, sometimes a matter of days or weeks, it was very meaningful afterwards hearing about how wait times suddenly went down to minutes, and recognition and thanks from leaders in our government and around the world on why this matters. I want to remember that because ultimately we're all here to make advanced technology make the world safer and better. If you want to learn more, please connect with us. You see our two URLs here, one for opportunity to talk to us. Please come visit our booth later today. And then if you want to see more about what Contact Center AI Platform can do for you, we have this nice short little URL here for you to click on. It's been a great pleasure talking to you. And thank you very much for coming here today. And please give us feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Andrew. Everybody, please stick with me for 1 second. I've got an important announcement. Unfortunately, it looks like the weather may not cooperate with us tonight for our appreciation party, which happens from 4 to 6. So, unfortunately, we've had to reschedule that from the lawn outside to the Coastal Ballroom, which is, if you were to keep going the direction that takes you here, it's in this new space. It's a lovely space. Unfortunately, we're not convinced it's not going to rain, so I hope you all are planning to go to the appreciation party, but when you do, please go to the Coastal Ballroom up here on this level rather than out to the lawn. So with that, that concludes our keynotes, and thanks everybody so much for coming and for watching.
Welcome back to the final day of Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. I'm your host, Terry Sweeney, and I'm here at the Enterprise Connect news desk at the Microsoft booth on the Enterprise Connect show floor. We'll be here for the next 3 hours, bringing you interviews with newsmakers and experts who will share insights about the enterprise communications industry. And to start us off, I'm here with Kevin Keeler, co-founder of a consultancy called Enable UC. Kevin, thanks for doing ECTV today.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
You, of course, are a leading expert on Microsoft collaboration tools and platforms. And every year at Enterprise Connect, you do a session called Taming Teams, which you presented on Monday. Talk about some of the big issues in Teams this year to get us started.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, this year is my 10th year. Of course, 2 years were virtual, and it's fantastic to be back with actual real people. So, of course, it wasn't always Taming Teams. It started being Living Link, and then Success with Skype as Microsoft changed the names, and now for the past several years, it's been Taming Teams. And really, the Microsoft tool set, and especially Microsoft Teams, has tremendous features and capabilities. And so really what I help organizations and vendors decode in the Microsoft ecosystem is how to understand those capabilities and really how to take full advantage of them.
What are some of the key features that maybe are new or maybe aren't as widely known?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I mean, Microsoft has brought Operator Connect, which is another mechanism to connect into the PSTN. Then they announced just this week Operator Connect Mobile, which gives you more fixed line mobile convergence inside of Teams. Those are definitely new features to bring PSTN calling as well as mobile into what a lot of people have been using over the past 2 years, for all of their calls and meetings and chat as well.
Are these new features a nod to the importance of call centers in the Teams ecosphere?
It's not really, I wouldn't say really on the call center or contact center space. I think it's really Microsoft expanding, their bundle proposition. So really, it has been any device for a long time, but it's, I think, bringing together and giving enterprises more options. Microsoft, and certainly Teams, it absolutely can be an enterprise-grade PBX. Maybe not for all organizations, but for many, many organizations. And Operator Connect is just a way to strengthen that, and then Operator Connect Mobile just gives you additional options as well.
Talk a little bit about the collaboration piece, if you will. We have voice, we have video, we have chat, of course. Is it some combination of those tools that really gives the oomph to collaboration? Do one of those tools tend to dominate? How does that mix look to you?
Yeah, it's in my Taming Team session, I always show a picture of my husky, my Siberian Husky Kai, because I think that there's a lot of things. I mean, what I would say is with dogs, you meet a new dog, and a lot of times, you might know that dog knows sit, stay, or down. And I really think that with a lot of the UC products, that's chat, meet, call.
Right.
And I really do think the collaboration, the asynchronous collaboration that you can use in Teams, it really helps you perhaps reduce the number of meetings you have to have, because you and I can work through something and we don't necessarily need to be in the same time zone.
Sure.
And Microsoft has talked about Teams being the hub where work gets done. And I think increasingly the workflow automation, so if we have an approval process, if I need to get an expense because I want to go to Enterprise Connect next year and get that approved, I can launch that workflow directly inside of Teams, and maybe it needs multiple levels of approval, but that automation workflow as part of a collaboration piece, all within one platform, I think that's really what brings the ultimate power, and that's really how you tame Teams.
You make a great point, though, about the asynchronous aspect of this. There's not an email to download. There's not a reply all function. It's simple, it's contained, and it's there when you want to read it or see it, right?
Right, absolutely. And if it is something where you just need a few answers, you can embed a form, or what Microsoft calls an adaptive card. So it's not, you don't even have to write long sentences or whatever. You can pick options or do a quick poll of your team, manage directly in this asynchronous flow. tasks and lists of things. So I do think, the bringing together. Microsoft has always been about the bundle proposition, and I think the wider and the more pieces of the bundle you use, the more you're going to get out of, that whole tool set.
Okay, I see I need to schedule a meeting with my own team around asynchronous communication.
Well, and I do think, if you're an IT pro, you're going to have to do some work to keep up to date, and hopefully then bringing some of these capabilities to the line of business people and matching that up. I think increasingly that's the role of IT, because they no longer have to stand up servers because a lot of it's now in the cloud.
Kevin, let's shift gears slightly. You also convened a session this morning on finding the ROI from collaboration analytics. Help us understand what IT leaders can learn from the analytics they get out of collaboration systems. These can be very complicated packages. Any tips for getting maximum value from these analytics?
Yeah, so first, I'm a huge fan of analytics because analytics really are both your compass and your yardstick. So they tell you if you're heading in the right direction and are you making the progress at the speed you want. So if you're not using analytics that are built into, pretty much all of the platforms now, all of the vendors, surface analytics. So the first thing IT leaders should do is task somebody with looking at the analytics. Because unfortunately, whether it's built in or third party, sometimes these tools get purchased, but no one is given the time or the task to actually analyze these. And analytics get really powerful when you look at comparisons across different groups inside your organization, and also trends over time.
Talk about how user-friendly these packages are to, say, someone who's never taken a statistics course.
Well, I think the vendors are doing an increasingly really good job of taking the data, surfacing the analytics, but trying to use sometimes machine learning, AI, and sometimes just some really good programming to convert the data into insights. So I think you're seeing a lot of, as opposed to what does this mean, they're telling you and suggesting actions that you should take, whether it's further investigation of actions. And I think we're seeing that from Microsoft, but also from Cisco, RingCentral. We had a great panel that had Swoop Analytics, RingCentral, Voss, and so there was a lot of different perspectives, but I would say regardless of what platform you're using, start taking a look at what is built in, and then decide if you need some third-party augmentation as well.
Okay. Another issue that tends to arise with analytics is workers of a certain generation, which would be someone like me who's been in business for a while, who gets the analytics, gets the data back, gets the recommendations from their team, and then decides to override it because my gut tells me something different. Is this a generational, cultural thing? Will we eventually grow out of that? Have we grown out of it? Where are we with dealing with that dynamic?
Well, I think, I'm a big fan of being a data-driven organization, and so I think when you don't look at the analytics, then you're left with only opinions and gut feel. I do think if you're an organization and you're, whether it's sentiment analysis, so surveying people, or using behavioral analysis, just from the platforms themselves, I certainly would urge you to have the discussion, and if you decide to override it, and that is your prerogative as leader, but certainly have the discussion. And one of the things that a leader has said is, I'm transparent with my team, and I say, this is what the data is showing, but now I'm going to explain why I'm not going to do all those things, or why I've decided just to do this one thing. So I think being transparent and open with that communication is critically important.
Do you bump into this a lot?
I would say we bump into that, and as well, I think just the privacy concerns as well, and I think the vendors are doing a good job, but once again, you need to have the conversations and the open communication, and make sure you understand the concerns that your team has.
Great advice. Kevin, take us out. What are you most interested in seeing here at Enterprise Connect?
I continue to be interested in the vendors that are matching the technology with the business outcomes. I've been talking about that for years. I think more people are, not only saying, here's this whiz-bang technology, but they're more concretely connecting it to measurable business outcomes, which kind of ties into the analytics as well.
You're making me think of a common phrase I see in lots of product press releases where vendors will refer to a service or a product as purpose-built. And it's like, thank goodness, there's actual intention behind this.
Yes, and then when they actually tell you what that purpose is, as opposed to marketing, that's even better, right? And a lot of times they do have some great case studies increasingly. You know, in the past 2 years, there's been some phenomenal ways that technology has really, you know, helped or saved businesses, like literally.
Sure. Well, Kevin, thanks so much for dropping by Enterprise Connect TV. Great chatting with you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
We've been chatting with Kevin Keeler here at Enterprise Connect TV, coming to you live from the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando, Florida. I'm Terry Sweeney. I'm your host and moderator for the TV News Desk this week. Enterprise Connect has been going on since Monday, and so far it has been an incredible show. There's so much going on in the industry as the world moves into the uncertain future of hybrid work and exactly how that's going to look. We've seen fantastic keynotes and general sessions, great deep dive conference sessions, and lots of networking and engagement as attendees here celebrate the return to live and in-person events. A quick reminder here that this is a hybrid event with a strong virtual component. So if you're watching us from the Enterprise Connect website, you can scroll down and find information and a button to sign up virtually. It's not too late either. If you sign up now, you can go back and catch the replays of much of the activity in the virtual environment from throughout this week. There's also still time to connect with Enterprise Connect sponsors virtually as well. And next up on Enterprise Connect TV is Max Ball. Max, welcome. Max, of course, is Digital Customer and Collaboration Analyst at Forrester. Max, thanks for being here on Enterprise Connect TV.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm excited to do this. I've walked by these before and said, I want to do that, and now it's happening.
Here you are. Well, bravo. Your session here at Enterprise Connect focused on 3 mega trends in the contact center. Tell us about those trends and why they're top of mind right now.
Okay, yeah, that's a great question for the guy who had that session. So there are 3 very different things. One is really about technology. And, you know, again, the ask for the presentation was, what's it going to look like in 2025?
Okay.
So the 2 things that are going to change the world between now and 25, hopefully we're not talking about COVID anymore. It's going to be digital and all the things you can do with omni-channel and all of that, and it's going to be AI.
Okay.
And, you know, the breadth of what AI can bring to the contact center, I mean, we're all using it for bots. We all know about bots and self-service and intelligence there. Now we're starting to see more agent assist sort of applications, bringing that in. And the place that I get really excited about that I think is really going to drive significant change to not just the contact center, but really the role of the contact center within the overall organization is analytics of the data coming from the contact center. There's kind of 2 phases. So what happens today, and anybody from the contact center listening to this is going to go check. Yep. Every call is recorded. Every text interaction is saved. And it gets put on a hard drive. 1% of them get listened to at random, and that gets used for QA, which is great. And the rest sits on a hard drive in case somebody sues me one day and I want to play it and say, so you say that you didn't want me to sell, but here where you said, please sell this, what did you mean by that then? You know, to protect themselves legally. Now what AI is doing is it's opening up all that, what we call dark data. So now I can hear all those interactions. I can hear the customer sentiment. I can understand what's going wrong. And that's great for the contact center. I can do a lot of things, a lot of agent feedback, stuff like that. There's a guy I talk to a lot, Josh Ives from FanDuel, and he has a great line. Nobody calls the contact center because they have a problem with the contact center. They call the contact center because the product's not working, or I got lost on the web, or whatever. And so all that information that just doesn't help the contact center, that helps the whole organization, because now, oh, I'm getting a whole ton of calls on this. Oh yeah, we did an update to that product yesterday.
Okay.
Maybe there's something there to go look at. So, and what I'm excited about, a couple things I'm excited about that. One is just the value of that, being able to bring that out. And then the other piece of that is the, what a great way, if I'm a contact center manager and I can't get my boss to think of me as more than a cost center, what a great way to start, bringing out these relationships and showing this information and saying, look at the value I'm bringing to the organization.
Being able to quantify it.
Yeah, and it starts to kind of open up some budgets and change some things.
So it strikes me that anybody who's paying attention, like it's really hard to ignore how AI has crept into certainly the marketing, and it's beginning to make its way more meaningfully into the actual technology, not just in enterprise communications and call centers, but across the tech environment, right? It also strikes me that the real value there is that AI gives us both qualitative and quantitative advantages.
Yes.
Talk about why that's powerful. I mean, you alluded to it a bit with an actual call center employee.
I actually think that was exactly where I was going. Contact centers, to their peril to an extent, we can talk about that in a minute when I get another trend, but are all about the quantitative. They're all about numbers. It's average handle time, average speed of answer. They're numbers-driven business. 2/3 of my cost is agents. How do I make those agents more efficient? How do I manage my costs? I do that. I learn how to do that through the hard numbers, the qualitative. Now, hopefully, some of this analytics, you can start to bring in a little bit more of a qualitative piece to that. I also think a lot of this broader stuff out to the company, that's where the qualitative starts to matter. One of the things we're looking at Forrester is the CX teams, the voice of the customer teams who are doing the surveys. They're looking at the broader customer journey. The surveys are not great these days.
Yeah.
They've been flawed forever.
Sure.
But now, if somebody fills out a survey, they hate you. And yeah, you want to get that, and you want to do closed loop and all that, and that's great. But in terms of understanding what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, not all that helpful. Or not as helpful as you would like. And that's where I think the data a lot of that's going to be qualitative. How do they feel about you? What's working for them and what's not? And yeah, everybody's going to try to put numbers on it and make it, make it something qualitative. But I think for the bigger companies, some of that more qualitative, I think I used one of those terms wrong at some point. The real qualitative stuff of, how do they feel about it stuff, I think that's going to start making more and more of a difference.
Let's switch gears slightly if we could. A word we're hearing a lot in relation to the contact center is empathy. Oh. And I'm assuming that's not the I feel your pain empathy. Define contact center empathy and why it's such a hot topic at events like Enterprise Connect.
It's interesting. When I've only been at Forrester for 7 months. And when I started here, even before that, when I was at the company I was at before, there's a lot of talk about it, and I was just kind of rolling. It's like, really? What? And honestly, from a technology standpoint, you can make it easier for the agent. You can get information, so you can get the questions answered really, really quickly. There's tools that can say, oh, the customer's unhappy. Just, okay, I probably figured that out when you were talking like this.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe it's, I see this customer's unhappy, here's a discount for, I'm going to throw them a perk, but it's not a technology fix. It's a culture within the contact center issue. And there's a couple of things converging to kind of make this something that is important now. One is COVID.
Oh,
and
of course.
we're all wonderful people. We're
well, except of course when we're not, but
when we're not, exactly. And when we're not is when we call the contact center. So now I got laid off. I can't pay my bill. I'm now calling. I'm freaked out. I'm not going to be, one little thing goes wrong and I'm up on the ceiling. And oh, by the way, I just had a horrible IVR experience. Hi, Mr. Agent. How can you help me today? And then you take that and you add to it all this wonderful stuff we just talked about AI. And any AI vendor worth their salt is going to say, we make the agent's job so much better. We take all that rote stuff out. They get to have these really wonderful conversations where they're doing real value. But that's all the stuff that's fraught. That's all the stuff that's painful. So there's two things going on. Customers need empathy more than ever before. You can't give empathy from a non-empathetic environment. If all you're worried about is average handle time, you're not going to be empathetic to your customers.
That's a great point.
So what the contact centers have to do, the contact centers are the ones that have to change, that have to open up and start treating the agents differently, celebrating success instead of constantly beat them up over everything that they've done, provide supportive environments. That's what's going to gives them empathy, which they can then pay forward to the customers.
Max, real quickly, what are you most interested in seeing during your remaining time at Enterprise Connect this week?
I'm going to answer who, not what.
Okay.
I've been in the industry forever, and literally I was just talking to a friend who I worked with over 20 years ago. And to me, it's the networking and all the people I get to see. I just love that part of being here.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of the show. Really appreciate you taking some time out of your schedule to come by and talk with us at Enterprise Connect TV. Max Ball from Forrester, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much. It was a treat. Appreciate it. Thanks.
You are watching Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. We are coming to you live from the Enterprise Connect show floor in Orlando, Florida. We're talking to the independent experts who make up the core of the tremendous education program that conference attendees get here at Enterprise Connect. If you're enjoying these interviews, remember that you can get insights like these every day from the same folks that I've been talking to. Just go to nojitter.com, the daily news and analysis site published by Enterprise Connect. You can find news coverage from Enterprise Connect's and No Jitter's team of editors, including Lisa Schmeiser, who many of you saw yesterday sitting in this chair for Enterprise Connect TV. You'll also see analysis and opinion pieces from people like Kevin Keeler, who we heard from earlier, and my next guest, Phil Edholm. Phil is a veteran of the communications industry and has held top positions at Nortel and Avaya. He started his own independent consultancy, PKE Consulting. Phil's known for his deep and insightful analysis of the big issues in the industry, and we're delighted to have him join us here on Enterprise Connect TV. Phil, thanks for doing this.
I'm excited to be here. It's great to be back in person instead of doing this on a video conference.
It's nice to see the non-pixelated version of you, so
that's good.
Thanks for taking some time.
Yeah.
You, of course, are presenting a session on communications tools for frontline workers. What's new in that space?
I think that it's an exciting area because if you think about what's happened in the pandemic, knowledge workers, those of us that manage the business of us,
sure,
who manage our business process, where we go, what we do, are very different than workers that follow a formal business process. What we call frontline workers, information and service workers that actually deliver services based on the formal business process of an organization. It turns out that's 75% of the workforce.
No kidding.
Only 25% of the workforce are these self-determinant knowledge workers. The reality is if you look at the tools we're building here, to a great extent they've only been applied to knowledge workers. In fact, you can make a great argument that Microsoft, who owns the personal productivity tool set for knowledge workers, the Office tool set, has had this natural movement into that market because they already have a natural relationship with knowledge workers and how they run their lives. But the information workers don't use Office. They're not doing Word. They're not doing PowerPoint. They're doing a job. They're a service technician that gets up in the morning and is told what appointment to go to. And the real question that I think is coming to the industry is how do we take this technology and apply it to that worker? And the reason it's so exciting is it's much more valuable.
Sure.
So it turns out when you apply these tools to knowledge workers, the real benefit is productivity gains and eliminating travel. And it turns out maybe that's 5%, on that 25% of your workforce.
Right.
But if I can apply these tools to the business process workers and change the business process, if I can get 5% value in the business process, that's a 5% improvement in profit.
Sure.
And so it's much more valuable. What's happening there is really a whole array of companies beginning to understand, how do I give these tools to the frontline workers? How do I engage them? How do I integrate them? And how do I change the business process with communication? So that's what we'll be talking about tomorrow.
Frontline workers obviously are not sitting at desks for the most part.
Some are. For example, a contact center agent is a frontline worker.
Well, okay,
and
fair
they're
enough.
sitting at a desk.
But I'm thinking like medical personnel, EMTs,
Yes.
firefighters, that sort of thing. Don't have desktops, probably don't have laptops, are probably getting most of their information and communications needs from some sort of handheld device.
Yep.
What benefits, what gains might we expect that they could achieve with changes to how we view frontline workers?
So I'll take two use cases. One that's really is emerging, which is AR. Right. So instead of just having the device in your hand, what happens? The device in your hand is talking to some AR glasses. So when I'm out doing something, not only can the video from the AR glasses be sent somewhere, but I can see. So all of a sudden, I'm a technician working on a very difficult part of a repair, and I need help from someone who has specialized training. All of a sudden in the app, I can say, gee, I need some help, finds the right person, connects me to them, they see what I'm doing, they can send me information I can visually see and help tell me what to do. So all of a sudden I've integrated them very carefully. That's using something like AR. You clearly do similar things with just a handheld, right? I need some advice, tell me what to do next, find an expert, those kinds of things. But I think there are some things that we haven't really thought through yet of how you can change work. So let me give you another example. Let's imagine for a moment you and I are both Compass field service technicians. We're part of a group of 8 to 10 service technicians with one person who's kind of the senior senior supervisor. And our responsibility is to do service in an area, in a community. And the way it works now is I get up in the morning and I open up my tablet and it tells me my first call. When I get done, I say I'm done. And service now figures out what's the best routing and everything for the next appointment and tells me how the next appointment is. Through the course of the day, I have no control over my work life. I've basically been turned, in my mind, into a robot. So imagine we take teams and we do a very different way of engaging workers. So in the morning, all 8 of us or 10 of us get on a video call at 8 o'clock. And the system presents to us the calls for the day. And we get to decide as a group how to allocate those calls. So in other words, I look at it and I say, I'm really good at doing whole house changes, so I'll take those 4. Bob says, hey, my son's up north, I want to have lunch with him, I'll take the 8 up north because I can cover those. It turns out small self-organizing teams is a dramatic way to increase productivity. The U.S. Army has been using this for 50 years as how to organize the military. That's why platoons, they're self-organizing. They decide if the platoon leader gets shot, the platoon knows how to continue going. They know how to self-organize. Turns out, look at manufacturing. Most manufacturing organizations have moved from what I'll call individually assigned jobs to group responsibility. So you take 6 or 8 people and you put them in a station and they do all the tasks and they get to figure out how to allocate. When you do that, you get 40% productivity gains. You get a 30% gain in employee satisfaction and a 30% gain in customer satisfaction.
Well, I think what you're describing is an improvement in morale, which
exactly
brings people to be a little more excited about these otherwise lifeless daily meetings that many of us are forced to attend. That's got to be a powerful sales tool.
Exactly, and I think the point here is very interesting, is this is not the same adoption as this business. So in this world, we built these tools, companies would buy them, and we give them to knowledge workers and say, here's a tool, we'd like you to use it. And if you remember in 2019 at this conference, we talked a lot about adoption. Notice that's a word you haven't heard here.
No.
Because in this industry, the pandemic became our adoption engine and drove adoption. There's a fundamental difference in the front line. Users don't decide to adopt communication and collaboration. It's part of the business process. By doing their job, they use it automatically. So the whole goal in frontline is don't think about giving tools to people because they won't figure out how to use them. Look at your business process and say, where are the points in our business process where we have disruptions? If you know the concept of Six Sigma, Look at your process, say where in 6 and then say, how could I apply communications and collaborations to change the process at that point and transform the business? I think this is why it's so exciting, because it's not about giving people things and letting them figure out how to use it. It's really looking at the business, saying how can we transform the business to create new key strategic advantage.
Sure. Well, I mean, you make another great point that the pandemic, in fact, has provided a golden opportunity for those of us involved with unified communications, with collaborative tools. They aren't just nice to have, they've actually become essential in the last 2 years.
Absolutely, for all of us, I mean, it's become essential, but it's also interesting. You know, Brent and I did a session here during the pandemic that is a comparison of Microsoft, Cisco, and Zoom. I put a slide up there, and it's based on some French, from a French psychology paper from 2010. They did an extensive study, and it showed that it takes 66 days on average for a human being to learn a new behavior.
Wow.
After 250 days, you're at 96% have learned the new behavior. I would argue that we have all learned this new behavior, which is to do video. The other thing that's really interesting that nobody really talks about is going into the pandemic, there were 3 reasons to do video, right? You do visual feedback, I can see you, attention, are people paying attention, and eliminating the meeting tourists, the people who just come into a conference call and learn.
Right.
But there's actually a fourth value of video that really showed up in the pandemic, and it's loneliness. A lot of us did video because we were lonely. We wanted to see people, we wanted to interact with people. And I think we've learned that we actually have much closer to people. I don't think people felt that way about video before the pandemic. Video was just kind of this tool, you did it, oh yeah, but now we actually, because of the pandemic, because we weren't together, we feel that personalization through video. So I think it's a very different use case going forward of how people view video and how they feel about it.
Well, it's interesting that a biological phenomenon has shown up underscoring our sociological nature, which is we are social creatures, in fact. And now here's technology trying to fill that gap or fill that void that the pandemic and the work from home orders created, yeah?
And the other thing that it did that nobody also didn't talk about much is, again, talking about all those frontline workers. If you started in 2019 and started to talk to them about using these tools, they would have known how to use them. The reality is, they've all been using them in their personal lives for 2 years, and the minute you introduce those Teams tools to those kinds of things to them, they're going to accept them very rapidly, and they're going to know how powerful they are in changing the way you do things. So I think this is going to be an exciting transformation for the industry. In fact, I'll say it's probably the next huge transformation in this industry.
Phil, we just got a minute left. What are you most interested in seeing here at Enterprise Connect this week?
You know, it's a very interesting time. The UCaaS business, as we talked about in our session, we think has matured. I think what you're seeing here is a major shift to customer experience and transformation of customer experience. And I think the other thing that's very interesting is understanding how you do back to the office, back to hybrid work. I think there's a huge focus on how do we manage that? And it's really clear talking to a lot of the customers here, the end users here, it's a huge challenge still. Companies haven't figured out how to manage, quite frankly, the disconnect between the work office and the people who want to work from home, and how to create a new world where the equality we created carries forward. So I think those are exciting things.
Phil, thanks very much for joining us on Enterprise Connect TV. Appreciate you joining us and sharing those insights. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a little break now and watch a short video from our sponsors at Microsoft. When we come back, Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair Eric Kraft will be at the desk to interview more independent experts and thought leaders from Microsoft. You're watching Enterprise Connect TV.
Hey, are you ready for us over there?
Yeah, come on by.
Perfect, be right there. Okay, that was really cool. I understand walkie-talkies from when I was a kid. Tell me a little bit more.
Absolutely. So what you just saw is walkie-talkie on our desk phones. This is coming out very soon, and it's the same great functionality that you would get on a mobile phone. So if you're in a retail setting, or if there's an admin who needs to talk to their boss or colleagues quite a bit, you can use the walkie-talkie functionality.
Amazing. And walkie-talkies from my childhood could only go maybe a block. Are there any range or location limitations with this?
There aren't. So long as you're in the Teams ecosystem, you can talk to anybody around the world if they have the walkie-talkie app.
Amazing. Okay, so let's move on. That sounds great for our first line workers. What about folks who are switching between their desktop and a dedicated video and audio device?
Yeah, so people with heavy voice workloads in particular really like the Better Together functionality. And now we have that on for our one-to-one calls. So what you're seeing here is I'm getting a call. I'm going to go ahead and answer that on my PC, and it actually answers on the desk phone.
Amazing. That's got to be great so that you can continue doing what you need on your desktop and really leverage your high quality video and audio devices on the side.
Exactly.
Okay, hybrid work is here to stay. Tell me more about these goodies that I'm seeing down the line.
Yeah, so we all know, working from home is tough. And we now have a number of Teams peripherals that are available for folks who are working from home still. And this dock is actually one of the latest devices that is currently getting Teams certified.
Ooh.
This is the Logi dock. It's got a really nice look and feel. It's really made for your desk. And, it's got a speaker, mics, and it also, has a number of ports in the back so that you can plug in a number of things, whether it's your webcam or your monitor or your PC, right into this device.
Okay, but how many ports on my laptop do I need to reserve for this?
Just one. So what's great about this is on your actual desk, you'll have one wire and the rest you can just push on behind the desk.
Oh, I love it. Okay, I understand 3 out of the 5 buttons here. Can you tell me what this Teams button does first on the dock?
Yeah, so we, Teams button has a lot of functionality. The new feature that we're launching is the ability to actually raise your hand by pressing the button. So if you now long press on this, you'll see you can easily raise your hand, which allows you to just participate a lot faster in your meetings.
Absolutely. And what about this camera button?
Great question. So, we all know mute and how important that is. Well, now we're introducing the ability to mute your camera. And so,
I love that.
Yeah, so when I press camera mute, basically my camera goes off.
Amazing. And the dock stays in a place where you understand and doesn't move, unlike your Teams window, so you can very easily press that physical button. I love that. Okay, last but certainly not least, what is this?
So this is our new Teams display experience that's launching very soon. The device that it's on is the Yealink Desk Vision AIO 24. And it's got a great camera. It's got speakers and mics at the bottom here. It's running our Teams display app. So you get ambient screen with all your meetings. You can see your chats, your channels. You can actually even react right from the home screen. And then you can also do quick replies, which is great. The other thing that is great is you can access a number of different apps, whether it's your calendar or your calls. And one thing that's really exciting is we're now integrating more first-party apps into our Teams display experience. So right here is the Viva Insights app. So you can react, you can say how you're feeling for a particular day. The other great thing is you can actually
all right, that looks incredible. I can't wait to tell my admin I need one of these, particularly with that speaker and camera integrated as well. Thank you so much. All right. There is really no better time to check out these and more Teams certified devices at the link you see on your screen.
All right, we are back at the Enterprise Connect TV news desk. I'm Eric Kraft, I'm the General Manager and the Program Co-Chair for Enterprise Connect. And I'm going to take over the desk from our friend Terry Sweeney for the next several interviews. And the first person that we've got here at the news desk to talk with us is Brent Kelly. Brent is a principal analyst at Omdia, which is a research company that's a sister company, excuse me, to Enterprise Connect. And so, Brent, welcome.
Thank you, Eric. It's really a pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for presenting at the show and being you. Even before you started with Omdia, you were a great friend of the show and presented amazing sessions. But I wanted to talk to you about your work at Omdia. You're within the practice for Omdia that covers UC&C, and you kind of cover quite a bit of ground. Tell us a little bit of what you cover at Omdia and sort of what your focus has been recently.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I cover some of the legacy technologies. I cover on-premises PBXs, because that's still a very large market. It's over a $4 billion market, Eric. So it still has a lot of energy, a lot of legs to it, a long tail, let's call it. I also cover the session border controller market, looking at, well, because those are deployed everywhere where somebody's doing SIP trunking. So associated with the SBC market, I cover the SIP trunking market, and then I also cover the unified communications as a service market, looking primarily at market sizing, average selling prices, and those kinds of things in those markets.
Excuse me. Now the UCaaS market, it's an evolving market, right? What we thought a UCaaS company was and did a few years ago isn't that market now. Can you describe maybe some of the trends just within that UCaaS space?
Well, sure. So one of the things that we're seeing is that these companies, they all seem to be pretty equal with respect to their meeting capabilities. Now, clearly there's some differences, some differentiation there, but the basic meeting, they're pretty much the same. In fact, the interfaces have also become, really quite similar, so that if you try to use one, you can sit down and pretty well use the other. Where the companies are distinguishing themselves are in what I'm going to call these adjacencies, these things that surround the meeting. So it might be, say, a company like RingCentral did a way to use an artificial intelligence engine to actually take a conversation that's happening in the meeting and to summarize it. That's really hard, Eric. It's really hard to do that really well. They've got a product that does that. Others are focusing on just the surround of the meeting experience in terms of the devices. How's that going to look? How does that look when you go back to work, with this hybrid work and so forth? There's a tremendous amount of artificial intelligence that's being inserted in here, and then just some of the bundling and things like that. It really is a dynamic, it's a very competitive market, and that's one of the reasons that we had the session yesterday, was to talk about some of those that competition between at least 4 of the major vendors.
Mm-hmm. Is there, you describe, like you say, all these different kinds of features whose use and importance seems like it would be obvious. That meeting summaries is a great thing to have. Everybody's got too many meetings, everybody needs to review meetings or needs to understand. So are we at the point, as you look at all these different products and different features, are we at a point where there's such a thing as a kind of a table stakes list of these are the features that kind of, if a vendor doesn't have them, you probably want to ask why, versus here's some other features that are really cool and they look interesting, but maybe your users are not going to be insisting on them the way the other stuff. Yeah. Are we at that point yet?
So, quite frankly, the table stakes is kind of a moving target. And by that what I mean is, what one competitor puts out this month, look for that in a competitive solution in 6 months. And so we see that across the board. What used to be really unique to, say, maybe one vendor like Cisco was real-time captioning of the meeting. Well, now everybody has that. So Cisco introduced language translation. Now we saw that on the stage yesterday with Microsoft and so forth. These kinds of things that at one time were just like, that is bleeding edge, the competitors have it within 6 to 18 months. And so it's very difficult to have, I'm going to call it intellectual property that can maintain a lead for very long. And I think that's one of the reasons why these companies are focusing on some of their unique differentiators. It might be Microsoft focusing on more automation through the Power Platform that they've got. Cisco may be doing that through the devices that they own. Plus, the networking, the Meraki kind of play and so forth. Zoom is kind of doing some of this with its consumer kind of enterprise. And RingCentral really is a fantastic telephony system. And so they're really, of those three that I just mentioned, they're really the one that comes in and says, start with telephony first, and then you add on, you know, they call it MVP, so you'll add on the meetings and the video to the phone. So there are these differentiators, some of which are long-term, many of which are not.
And so, I mean, it's an interesting, you bring up telephony, and you mentioned as you were introducing yourself that you are tracking the, I think we have to say, slow but decline of the PBX market. How are you seeing enterprises thinking about their own situation in terms of the decline of the demand for telephony within their enterprise, and how to continue meeting that demand in the way they have to, while not investing too much in what clearly is not a long-term strategy?
Well, yeah, that is a question that a lot of enterprises are facing themselves. What should I do? Should I move everybody to the cloud? Should I keep some on-premises assets and so forth? And I think it's going to depend in part on the size of the organization, but also on what the organization does. So as good as cloud-based systems are, on occasion we'll see that there might be some kind of an outage. Well, that can happen also with on-prem, but with my on-prem solution, for example, if I'm a hospital, if I'm an emergency responding kind of like a police force or something like that, or certain kinds of organizations where when everything goes to pieces and just you don't have the outside world there, they still need to be able to communicate. And that's why the on-premises kinds of solutions are hanging on, is because certain kinds of organizations need these. There's a sense of security, of maintaining control of my own destiny if I keep those, whereas if I put those up in the cloud, which many are doing, some of our research is showing that they're moving people to the cloud, Eric, but they're not moving everybody. So they're holding on to these on-premises assets, and a surprising number, as we survey them, they say, yes, we have cloud-based services, but we also have our on-premises, and they're not completely getting rid of those.
Well, it's really interesting. I interviewed the CEO of Ribbon not too long ago, and he used a phrase we used to use all the time, and I hadn't heard for 2 years, which was graceful migration. And we know the last 2 years has not been a graceful 2 years, but in the old world, that was kind of that was what you did. You didn't just flash cut from premises to cloud.
Right.
You did a thing. So now that maybe there's a little bit of breathing room or a little bit of opportunity to plan again, you think enterprises will kind of at least somewhat return to that, more trying to plan out a migration and do it a little more without the urgency or the panic almost that they had 2 years ago?
Well, I think that they will, and one, there may not be the urgency, but I think two, Eric, they've learned a lot, okay? We've had 2 years now of absolutely needing these collaborative tools, where before they were good and we used them, but they weren't used like they have been the last 2 years. So they've got some experiences, and so I think what we're going to see is some consolidation. So it may have been that organizations would say, just do whatever you need to do to stay alive, and I don't care if you use Zoom or Ring or Cisco or Microsoft, you do whatever you need to do, but stay alive, keep going. I think we'll see some consolidation there as organizations begin to take the time you mentioned and to consolidate just a little bit.
Well, Brent, this has been a really interesting conversation, as it always is with you. It's been great to have you on board at Omdia, and it's I think the kind of issues you've been talking about around migration, around kind of the features that we look for in UCaaS. I think that's something we're going to be talking about at Enterprise Connect over the next few years. Is like we're making this move to UCaaS, but what are we moving to, and what does it really need? So I appreciate you being with us, and thank you so much for your time. You can stay there.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks so much, Brent. And we are going to be joined in the next segment by another expert on video, but I want to remind you in the meantime that the Enterprise Connect TV news desk is coming to you live from the Enterprise Connect show floor. We're here in the Microsoft booth. Microsoft is sponsoring Enterprise Connect TV, and we're going to have one of Microsoft's executives on with us in just a few minutes to give us a little more perspective on the market. There's been great keynotes all week long here at Enterprise Connect, and we're coming to the end. The show floor is going to be closing here in just maybe an hour and a half or so. But it's been a great time, and you can still keep watching us here on the web for a little bit yet to come. But we do have our next guest here with us. I'm joined now by Jim Kelly of Recon Research, who's an analyst and consultant for Recon. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, tell us a little bit first about, Recon is, we work with you and your colleague Ira Weinstein at Recon. You guys really help us build one of our tracks at Enterprise Connect, and it's really the focus for you guys. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, Recon Research is an analyst firm and consultant firm. We spend a lot of time working in the AV, collaboration, UC space kind of specifically. We work with end users, we work with vendors, we work with the partners in between. So we kind of have a breadth and a view of the entire industry, and we spend a lot of time focusing on, on the industry, where it's going, how we can help and move it along.
And you as you guys have done in the past several years for us, you did a number of sessions on video for us here at Enterprise Connect. They were incredible. The one that I feel like got the most buzz, at least, and was maybe most impactful, and I think it really is an impact, is the session you did on video, or meeting room, I shouldn't say video, but meeting room interoperability, which is a big topic. Can you tell us a little why that is, why it's a topic now, what the problem is, and what you're seeing?
Yeah, frankly, video meeting room interoperability is becoming a huge issue as we return to the office. And everybody's been at home working on these different platforms, and when you're at home, you can just open up a different app. If you need to be on Zoom or WebEx or Teams, you just open up a different app and join the call. But when we get back in the office, these meeting rooms, maybe some of them are very old and not equipped with any technology, some of them are. What platform do you choose to put in that room? What hardware do you choose to put in that room? And then how does that interoperate? And that's really the crux of what we're trying to get to, is how do we interoperate these conference rooms so that people will be able to use the room that they need when they need it.
And is it the case that if we're talking about the newer systems, a Zoom room can talk to a Teams room, or it can, but it's not quite the story with interoperability is always the same. It's like, yeah, maybe technically you could make them talk, but you won't get the features. What's the state of sort of meeting room interoperability?
Yeah, I would say that yes, a Zoom room can talk to a Teams room. There's a few different vehicles and methodologies for getting there. It could be through BYOD, bring your own device. It could be through a gateway service. It could be through maybe a web technology like WebRTC. But there's a lot of caveats around that. A lot of, maybe you get one feature or function in, when you're using WebRTC, but you don't get that when you're in the SIP world, or maybe you get something in SIP that you don't get when you're using the WebRTC. So there's a lot of churn around which features or functions are you going to get when you're in that interop environment.
And is you also, in addition to, you did 2 panels actually on interoperability. You first presented some research that you've been doing at Recon, and then you joined a panel where the different vendors that are the main players in this space joined you on that panel to talk through how they were seeing the issues. What that session that you were on where the vendors joined you, what did you take away from that in terms of what will happen?
So the first takeaway is that the industry and the vendors are aware of the challenge. They're hearing that message loud and clear. There's differences in how each vendor thinks that should be, how the problem should be tackled. So I was encouraged to see that it's a topic that is being talked about. Again, you said we've talked about it a lot, but I think it's a different world we're in now in the need for it. So it's encouraging to see them talking about it, and they have some differences in opinion on how that's going to get there, but that's what we're excited about and looking forward to.
So do you come away from this topic thinking 12 months from now, if I had to put you on the spot and say, how much better or how much progress do you think there will be? Any thoughts?
I think in 12 months there will be significant progress. And I say that because even in the past month or two, I have seen indications here and there. We do a lot of testing, so this isn't just theory for us. We spend a lot of time testing interoperability, and we've seen some significant progress, noticeable progress, I would say, that indicates that we're moving in the right direction. So I think it'll change quite a bit in the next 12 months.
Okay. I want to change the subject a little bit and talk about another session that you're doing here, which is on the topic of ideation.
Yes.
And so first of all, tell us what ideation is.
In this context, ideation is it's rapidly expanding in its definition. You know, we think of a whiteboard in a conference room traditionally. How do we bring that physical asset into the digital world? Is it just putting cameras on a whiteboard, or is it a much more rich experience where we're actively collaborating on content, you know, from our desk, from our home, from the conference room, getting ideas out, making decisions in a very visual, active format, not just talking and using slides. So that's kind of how we would define ideation.
And I know we called this session Ideation, is it the cure for lost creativity?
Yeah.
What is lost creativity, and how did it get lost, and is ideation the cure?
So our view on this is that when everybody went home, during the pandemic, we needed to relearn how to be creative and collaborate, because we were used to sitting next to each other and collaborating, using physical tools that were available to us. Now we had to take that home and try to figure out how to do that virtually at a distance and time. So I think as we bring it back into the office in this hybrid environment, now we're saying, okay, the tools and methodologies that we learned while we're working from home, how do we bring that into an office now where 3 people are in the office, 2 people are at home? How do we bring that into this virtual workspace? The physical space we don't think is going to work anymore, so we need something virtual to make that happen.
And when we talk about creativity, that's sort of that process of I'm jumping up and writing on the whiteboard and physically, and then somebody else is annotating that. Sure. And these products that we're talking about here, in theory, make it easier to do essentially the same thing across a network.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, creativity is, I think it's far more than just annotation, which is the initial concept that we see. Let's annotate on this content. But, you know, there's a lot more decision making that goes into different workflows that companies have. You know, that's, you know, the marketing team making a decision on a piece of content they're creating, or, you know, a Scrum team making their, you know, their methodologies work. There's a lot of different things that people need, and we need tools to bring all that together in this environment. Yeah.
So, to kind of wrap up a little bit, obviously, you know, you guys have your ear to the ground on video, and as you say, a kind of across the UC space. So, what have you seen here at the show, or heard from people, apart from what we've already talked about, that has been interesting or surprising?
I think there's an interesting vibe around this hybrid environment that we're working in, and how do we really move to the next level? We're not just in panic mode of, you know, building what people need to get through a pandemic. Now we're in a hybrid environment where we need people to continue working regardless of where they are, really regardless of where they are. We used to kind of give that lip service of you can just do this wherever you are, but I think now we're understanding that there's a depth to that, it's deeper, it's going to be more rich. So I think that's a vibe that I'm picking up here, is just hybrid is real, and everybody realizes that, and how do we move forward?
So I guess, and just to maybe put a pin in hybrid, is, especially because you guys working with video, you're talking about the meeting room, you're talking about physical spaces and virtual spaces. As we look over the next year, one of the things that I've heard is, you know, people say you're not going to get it right the first time. I think the Zoom keynote has said that. What's a little piece of advice on how to be flexible?
What's a piece of advice?
On how an enterprise can be more flexible.
Yeah, I think, you know, one thing is obviously to listen to your users have your ear to the ground, talking to them and understanding what they need and responding to that. We talk about that great resignation. If you're not paying attention to what your users need, then you're gonna lose them and you're gonna lose the productivity.
All right. Well, I think that's a great message to end on. Jim Kelly with Recon Research, thank you very much for being with us. Thanks so much for working with us on the show. It's been terrific. You can stay there. And we will now bring out our next guest, who is from Microsoft. While we're getting him set up here, I want to remind everybody that we also do have a full virtual component where we've got a virtual event that has our keynotes and general sessions in it. We also have a selection of our breakout sessions in that virtual event. There's been a virtual showcase that Microsoft, which is our sponsor here at Enterprise Connect TV, they also sponsored a special kind of an experience where you can go out of the virtual event platform and really get into the Microsoft platform, which of course is what you get to do if you're here at the show live. You get to sort of touch and feel the products and get the real demo, and so we're trying to do more things in our virtual spaces to enable that as well. So now I'm joined for our next interview by Ilya Buchstein from Microsoft. Ilya, thanks so much for being with us.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for doing the show. You did several sessions with us today, and I want to get into that a little bit, or over the course of the week. But I want to start out just kind of one of the you're vice president for Teams, and your focus really is basically devices, right? Or that's
right.
kind of the so. As we think about workplace strategies, a lot of the focus tends to be on the platforms and on what the features and all that. From a device perspective, as you look at what hybrid work emerging in the next, through the rest of this year, what is that? What does Microsoft already think you know about the devices that will be involved in that, and what are you kind of waiting to see how it plays out?
Yeah, that's a great question. What we are hearing from customers and learning in our surveys that we do for our workplace index is that flexibility is super important to employees. And as the world opens up again, as we start seeing each other personally, that means the ability to work from home, from an office, from anywhere in between, but still be seen, heard, included as equal as possible to people that may be in other locations. And so our goal with devices is to let people have great hybrid meetings in any space. It's to make calling and meetings delightful. And we think devices play a unique role in doing that across all those spaces I mentioned. So for example, for me, over the last 2 years of my home office, I've got a pair of dogs that get very excited when Amazon drops something off. I've got a pair of kids that are always excited. And so that's a challenge. The Teams devices that I have help me be confident that I'm going to be seen and heard, but my dogs won't be heard and my kids won't be seen. And it's having that confidence of coming across as professional, regardless of what's going on around me. And now we're extending that to the meeting rooms and all the other spaces of work. We're extending that to when we're on the go. Now, you sort of said, what are we seeing moving forward? I think we're hearing customers say, one, we have to get every space equipped. So there is an urgency to that hybrid meeting requirement. But also, how do we expand that to think about spaces all up? Can Teams and Teams rooms help people know what space is available when they come in? Can they help the planners of that company know what size of spaces they need and how many of those? Can we help put up information that's pertinent to people on digital signage? So it's kind of expanding that view from personal enablement to that entire workspace.
Well, and it's so interesting because as more people start coming back into the office, the way they're using meeting rooms is obviously going to be different. In the old days, you just kind of everybody tried to grab the meeting room space whenever they could. Now, there's this idea, at least, that whole teams are maybe going to come in this day of the week, or once a month for a in-service kind of a thing, and maybe they're going to want the meeting room like all day long or something. So there's just the planning of it is going to be different and maybe more complicated.
Absolutely, and it's not just rooms, it's planning for hot desking. Because like you said, folks may say, okay, we're going to have one day a week where we're all in. And maybe that's 8 hours in a room. But maybe it's a few meetings, and in between that, I need a touchdown space. But I want that space to be around my coworker, Eric. I don't want to be off on some other floor. Or maybe I want to know when Eric's in so that I also plan some time in the office. That's an interesting challenge. The other interesting thing to your kind of point is, I think teams have become so geographically distributed. When I look at my team, we've hired a lot of folks all outside of my core location, in Vancouver and Dallas and across the world. So chances are we're not going to be able to all get together in one meeting, and even one person is remote. We really have to think about that. What's that hybrid experience when we're whiteboarding, or when we're having a side conversation in the back? How do we make Ilya on the other end of that feel included? Significant challenges that our customers are facing. Again, we think devices are uniquely helpful in those scenarios.
Well, and I mean, you use the word a professional environment, kind of describe the kids and the dog and everything, and there's those solutions around helping you do that. But in a sense, it's almost like the first time I was on a call post-pandemic, where some people were starting to come back to the office, people were in one of those just old-fashioned rooms where they were way down there somewhere, and if I hadn't actually known the people, I'd had no clue who they were.
Right.
And that's almost like a different kind of not a professional environment.
Totally. And the funny thing is, just a couple of years ago, I think for both of us, that was highly acceptable. In fact, you could say it was state of the art. Most rooms didn't have a camera. We were lucky this room was video equipped, right? But now we're all gotten used to having our square video with our name underneath that, and it's almost like the people in these expensive meeting rooms are the ones that are less privileged. So we're working very hard on that problem, and we think the combination of AI and devices from our partners can really help. So we've announced something called intelligent cameras for Teams rooms, and they bring an AI-powered people feed, so ability to recognize Eric and frame your face, Ilya frame my face, Face ID, so we can put our names, if we enroll our biometrics in our cloud, put our names in there, have a sense of who's the active speaker. And so by having one or more of those cameras in a room, we can start to put people in the room together, actually on an equal playing field with everyone remotely, in terms of what they look like in that meeting experience.
And I think you're also doing some work around literally like a level playing field, like getting the eye level right and the eye, eye contact.
Yeah, we announced something called Front Row, which is, I think, one of the first new layouts in meeting rooms in the industry for quite a while. And there's a few things about that. One is we bring the gallery down to eye level. And you could say that's sort of telepresence. It's telepresence in a...
I wasn't going to say that, but that was kind of what it,
I would argue in a much more affordable, democratized manner. But then we go beyond that to say now, at least in the customers I talk to, for example, chat is as important. It's a meeting within a meeting.
Right.
So we put chat up on one side of the content. Making people feel included, we now digitally raise hands. We put the digital hue of raised hands on the other. And this is just an initial release. Moving forward, we will be adding positional audio so that when Eric's talking, we look and hear Eric from one side, but also other components that are now becoming critical to meetings, the transcript, the agenda, the notes. Those can all dynamically be on the side of that content and above that connected gallery.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, we're kind of joking around about telepresence, but I mean, that idea was the right idea, right? Make people feel like they're looking at other people who are in the same room, and AI. It's one of those cases where AI makes it better than kind of the literal translation of that idea would make it.
Yes, and we want to get that available to many more people, but also, as I said, I think the nature of meetings has evolved from the telepresence days, content, notes, chats, and so Front Row reflects that evolution.
That's really fascinating. I mean, I think we're down to about 1 minute. So, as we think about what's coming up in the next 12 months, what should people look for from Microsoft in terms of, obviously not specific announcements, but where devices are headed in the next 12 months?
Yeah, I think you'll see us continue to partner broadly in the industry to bring in more choice into our ecosystem. At this show, we announced that Neat has joined our ecosystem with certified devices. So to bring in more choice, bring in more AI capabilities specific to Teams, both in intelligent audio and intelligent video, broaden the categories. We're seeing a lot of growth in Teams panels, the calendar hall display, scheduling panels. You'd say in the past, that's all they did. Well, now they can direct you to a space that maybe has fewer people in a room. They can direct you to a space that may be specific to your hybrid meeting needs. Other categories, and then also a lot more focus on that personal space, hot desking, home office, and enriching that with better and better AI-driven video, audio, collaboration capabilities.
Great. Well, it's going to be an exciting year, and so appreciate your time, Ilya. Thanks for being here at Enterprise Connect. Thanks for doing the interview here on
Thank you,
Enterprise
Eric.
Connect
Can't
TV.
wait to be back next year as well.
Me either. I had fun this year, so I'm ready to come back.
Awesome. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Have a great
Take care. That was Ilya Buchstein from Microsoft. Ilya is obviously super busy here, so we're grateful to get his time. Getting the experts from all the different vendors here together is one of the things that we think is really great about Enterprise Connect is we have people who come from different perspectives, and we try to give folks a vendor neutral perspective. We have different expert analysts, and we're joined by somebody who is definitely an analyst and maybe an expert, but really an old friend of the show and of the event, somebody who's been around this industry a long time and seen a lot.
Eric, this is
Somebody
a great
who,
hotel. You should have conferences here more often.
We'll give it a try. We may do it again in a year. This is Dave Michaels. He's from Talking Points. I don't think he gave himself a title at Talking Points. You used to call yourself Distinguished Analyst. I think just because
that was your suggestion, as I
that.
recall. But yes, Distinguished Analyst.
But Dave is one of the people who we turn to just for kind of just constant input and feedback on the state of the industry. You've been in a lot of different positions in the industry over the years, and Talking Points is it's a newsletter, it's a website, it's just sort of a source of information for the industry.
All of that's just side dishes. No jitter is the place to be.
Well, I can't agree with you more on that. So what you're here to do, other than entertain us, is to do the Innovation Showcase program, which is something you've done for a number of years. And so could you describe a little what that program is and what it was this year?
The Innovation Showcase is a juried event. We select companies that apply. I think we had 21 companies apply. We selected six this year. And every year there's a theme. And this year the theme was customer engagement. And the key difference between the Innovation Showcase and, say, Best of Show is that it's designed to introduce new companies to the Enterprise Connect audience. And so the way we accomplish that is the key criteria for eligibility is that they cannot be a previous exhibitor. And so we put out the word, we say, hey, if you happen to have a customer engagement solution that is pretty interesting and innovative, we'd like to hear about it. So it's, like I said, 21 companies applied. We had an all-star judging panel. And so we had Art Scholler, recently retired, but a friend of the program as well, recently retired from Forrester. And we had Sheila McGee-Smith, who's very active with Enterprise Connect and No Jitter. And we had Beth English. And so all three judges evaluated all 21 applications very carefully, thoroughly, Every company got three scores, one for innovation, which was the most heavily weighted category, one for enterprise fit, and one for value. And so we totaled it all up, and we came up with 6 spectacular companies. And I believe there's been my post. I think there's another post on No Jitter. I think there's the videos on demand. And so I highly, and every vendor did like a 6-minute presentation. So a great way to see what's coming to a contact center near you.
So what were kind of the highlights of what are the innovative either features or technologies that came out of this that you saw?
There's a lot of artificial intelligence. I would say that's a pretty persistent theme. We're seeing new use cases of AI. This is the first year that we had a company in the Innovation Showcase and in Best of Show. That's never happened before. It's almost impossible for that to happen, to be honest, because the previous exhibitor, usually you don't get to become Best of Show unless you've been an exhibitor. We had a little bit of a loophole this year. We allowed previous vendors that have exhibited last year, because it was a virtual event that we thought that's no way to introduce to Enterprise Connect audience. So we allowed that, and so UJET was managed to be in both. You put me on the spot here if I can name the companies that we had.
I'm not,
okay,
it's not a quiz.
Good.
But what were some of the things that they do that are interesting?
It was like, again, a lot of AI. We saw basically ways. None of them, except for UJET, was actually a contact center vendor. They were all ways of making the contact center experience better. We saw some coaching techniques. We saw our conversational AI techniques that could be used for a variety of things, including self-service. And we saw some interesting ways that you can engage with your customers on a more effective basis.
Got it. Okay. Any thoughts yet about what next year's Innovation Showcase should be?
Well, based on this event, I tweeted, I don't know if you saw it, that Enterprise can actually be renamed Customer Engagement. This is a lot about customer engagement this year. There's a lot of excitement around customer engagement. We've seen, Enterprise Connect is always a good barometer of what's happening in the industry. A few years ago, it was all about video and all about WebRTC. Remember those days? Yeah. There was a period where it was all about SIP. It was all about hosted VoIP. Right now, this industry is kind of shifting to a strong focus on customer engagement and contact centers as a service. I don't see that changing in the next 12 months, so it might be a continued theme next year as well.
Well, I want to change subjects a little bit, talk about hybrid work. You've written a lot about hybrid work recently for us. Give us your thoughts on hybrid work, Dave.
So, whenever I hear this, that's my favorite topic. Whenever I hear the word hybrid, I have to say it's a transition. Hybrid is a transition. And I use the car analogy. We know the past was petrol cars. We know the future is electric cars. You just don't change things overnight. You have to get the battery technology, you have the charging networks. There's a lot of things that technology has to improve. There's a lot of things that have to happen. I believe the past was very much in office, everybody in the office. We know that everybody remote can work, but it has some problems. There's some transition that needs to be necessary. So we're going to be focused on hybrid office, hybrid work for the next few years as we try to figure out what's best at the office and what's best remote. But I believe the future is really about a fully distributed workforce, fully distributed professional environment. And again, just like the hybrid car, we're not quite there yet. We've got to work out some things. And so I consider hybrid work an important and necessary transition.
How long of a transition?
How long of a transition? Wow. That's going to be a little bit by types of sectors of the economy and types of companies. Some types of things work very effectively remote, and some things don't. And we've got some challenges there. We've got to fix some things around maybe like ideation. It seems to be better in person. Building relationships seems to be better in person. Actual work, typing, writing, seems to be better remote where there's less distractions. And so I think we've got to kind of level the playing field a little bit. We've got to change our way of work. We've got to change our tools. We have to change our office environments a little bit. And in many cases that we eliminate the office, we're probably going to be engaging more in satellite types of things. And I think WeWork was a great idea that came too early. That kind of concept probably has a lot more potential. And so I think we're going to see things, like I said, it's a transition. We're going to figure some things out.
So what else, in a short time, what else have you seen at the show that we haven't talked about that's interesting to you?
Well, what's interesting to me is innovation is alive and well. I'm really happy to see that. I always love the hardware. The hardware, people love to talk about the hardware is boring and whatever. But I think we're seeing some incredible devices. We're seeing appliances. We're seeing much smarter hardware. We're seeing hardware that seems to adapt to your workflow, your work case. So I think there's a lot of, the industry in the past has been very focused on phones and meeting rooms, and now the industry has really kind of adapted or pivoted toward more personal solutions, portable solutions, on-the-go solutions. And I think we're going to see a lot of really interesting, there's some wonderful things here on the floor. I don't want to call anybody out, but some wonderful things here on the floor that are just, this is beautiful hardware. This is beautiful hardware. So that's always good. I would say the AI use cases are getting more and more interesting. It started off very basic stuff, start a meeting, very simple stuff. And now we're seeing AI completely change the contact center. We're seeing it completely change meetings. We're seeing a lot of automation, a lot of automated solutions. And I don't mean just like customers calling up and getting self-service. I mean just automated workflow on your desktop, where I think we're going to see just a lot of really interesting use cases. And AI is probably, VoiceCon, Enterprise Connect, we went through the analog to digital, we went through digital to VoIP. Now we're going through an AI type of revolution, and I think there's just an incredible amount of disruption and change and opportunity that's presenting, far more than transcription, far more than real basic stuff that we need.
Sounds pretty interesting, and sounds like a reason to come back here next year.
I'll be back next year.
Well,
like
good.
I said, it's a great hotel.
Well, I'm glad that you will be back next year, and we appreciate you helping us out so much on the show, Dave. Dave Michaels from Talking Points, thanks for being with us. You can stay there. We're going to take just a short break. We've got a video from our sponsors here at Microsoft, and then we'll be back with another interview.
You didn't tell me you're talking with.
Hi, I'm John Tucker, Microsoft Partner Product Manager in the Azure for Operators group. As we emerge from the pandemic and working from home in most countries, and we're going through one of the most profound and sustained structural changes in how we get work done and how our employees collaborate and engage with each other. The new normal of working from home has given way to the great reshuffle. We had a stable situation before the pandemic in terms of working habits for the last few decades, a stable situation with remote work, and we've found new habits, but we're now going to go through a profound and persistent period of change that's going to impact employees and businesses and managers as we think about how to get work done in a mix of hybrid environments. At the same time, in the hybrid environment, the fundamental expectations of our employees have changed. Many are looking to prioritize their health and well-being more highly than they have historically, and are looking for jobs and roles and employers who will meet those requirements. Increasingly, employees are looking for a clearer sense of purpose and connection and engagement with their employer. And finally, we're all looking for ways to reconnect with the loss of in-person contact greatly over the last couple of years. And over half of employees who work in a hybrid fashion say they're feeling more lonely now than they were before the pandemic. Now, this is also not a static landscape. Flexible and asynchronous work is certainly here to stay. But this is not without its challenges that we have yet to overcome. And in particular, burnout is often being driven by digital overload and calendar overload. Now, employees organically have been addressing some of these issues. We're seeing a great increase in chat as a tool to remain engaged and connected with coworkers. And we're seeing meetings being scheduled much less frequently at noon and on Mondays and Fridays as people prioritize time away from the desk and for deeper work and deeper thinking. But there's definitely a role and an imposition on leaders and managers to take more active steps to drive change here. Certainly, how we measure and think about the impact and outcomes of our employees' work and productivity needs to change. We can no longer just measure by time in the office or work online. And how we build relationships is a huge challenge in this hybrid environment. More than 40% of leaders indicate that the biggest single challenge they face is relationship building in this new environment. And the role of the office and our communication tools play a key role in that. And so far, only a minority of leaders say that they have taken active steps to engage with their teams and partner with them to create new modes of work. So what we think is required is a profound mindset shift. There is no one size fits all. We need to engage with our employees where they are on an individual basis to understand how the assumptions we've worked with for the last couple of decades, when everybody was in the office and in the same environment and the same access to information within the team, has changed. This is also not a one and done situation. Each of us as individuals, as well as our teams, are going through a period of change as we work out how we each want to engage with a hybrid work environment, how much time we want to spend in the office, how much time remotely, and with which devices we use to get our work done. And finally, critically, the tools that we provide must focus on meeting our employees' needs where they are, whether they're frontline workers or at their desk, or whether they're on the move generally. We must focus on building tools that deliver a native experience so that everybody can engage as a first-class citizen with their co-workers and other employees. And we must also focus on enabling individuals to customize and adapt and individualize the tools to meet their particular ways of working and their team workflows. So the pandemic has reshaped priorities for our employees. Hybrid work has changed the norms of work and imposed huge new challenges and complexity on how we get engagement and collaboration between our employees. And as leaders and managers, our view is that generates a huge imperative on us to shift our mindset, to be open, to be curious about our employees and how we get work done, to be intentional about driving change and adopting change in partnership with our employees, and very thoughtful about the tools we introduce, focusing on flexibility and user experience. Thank you very much.
All right, and we are back. I'm joined now by Zeus Caravala. Zeus is founder and principal analyst of ZK Research, another great friend of the show and somebody who's been doing great stuff at Enterprise Connect for years. Zeus, welcome. Thanks so much.
I think this is my 20th Enterprise Connect or 21st or something.
It is, and you were a columnist for our old magazine, Business Communications Review. Just a real veteran of the industry and somebody who's been seeing all this stuff develop for years. This year, we asked you to do a panel on, we do what we call 2025, or a strategic technology track where we try to ask people to project out 3 years, just long enough to say, maybe you can't buy this stuff yet, but you really need to know that it's coming. And the topic we asked you to address was cloud, and you came up with a session on distributed cloud. So what is distributed cloud, and what was that session all about?
Yeah, it's funny with the pace of innovation, though, these things we think are 3 years actually wind up being a lot faster than that. So the concept of distributed cloud is really the evolution of the cloud. I think, I don't know why this is the case, but for some reason, the industry's glommed onto the fact that cloud equals SaaS, right, or some sort of public delivery model. And to me, what cloud is an operating model, right? It's the ability to run cloud-native technologies like microservices and containers and things, and be able to scale up and scale down really quickly. Now, that doesn't have to be a centrally managed public cloud, like we've all grown accustomed to, right? And so the concept of distributed cloud is you take those cloud-native components, and you might run them in a centrally managed public cloud, but you can also run them on a private cloud or an edge location. And in fact, if you look at the general computing space and applications, Salesforce now has its own edge node. Microsoft has its own Azure Stack. Google's got, or AWS has Outpost and Snowball and things. And so the world's kind of moving that way where we're putting more cloud things in more places. And what that lets us do is move content and users and functionality like artificial intelligence closer to the user to improve user and customer experience. And so the best example I can think of is a true edge service is something like an automated car or an autonomous vehicle. Right? The decision to stop or not better be done in car. Right. If I'm sending that back to some central cloud or not, that's probably too late. Now I can use the same data to change insurance rate and monitor driving habits, but it's making the most of of where my data is. And a good example in this industry is some of the vendors messing around with 3D virtual reality and holograms and stuff like that. So much processing power is needed there that you would have to do that. So a distributed cloud is really just that. It's a cloud model that's got the components distributed, looks logically like a single cloud, but actually has the components, in a private cloud, public cloud, or edge location.
And I mean, to your point, ever since voice started going over IP, we've been talking about latency, and everybody is moving it closer to the user will get you better real-time performance. And I mean, it's a great example. It's like you really want good real-time performance when people are talking to each other or videoing with each other. But like to your point, once there's automation and real things at stake.
Even things like at airports, I know they're messing around with doing facial recognition at TSA checkpoints. Right, you would want that to be real time. If people are going to pass through, you can scan their faces, and if they're going to be on a no-fly list or something, you need to know that as the person's passing through the sensor, not 3 minutes later. Right, so in processes where speed matters, and let's face it, our whole industry is based on real-time applications. Right, it is better to process at the edge, and what's enabled that is just the myriad of different form factor computing devices now. We have microscopic GPUs, we've got large systems, the rise of cloud native technologies allowing us to build these edge nodes where we had to centralize it before because we didn't have the technical capabilities to build these edge locations.
Right, and I mean, again, to your point, it's no longer the facial recognition might have seemed academic a couple of years ago, but now we're talking about biometrics in terms of being integrated into these communication systems, these conferencing systems.
Yeah, in fact, Emirates Airlines at Boston Airport now will board by facial scan. And so you don't need to show your boarding pass. Once your face is scanned, you just walk on the plane and they recognize you. I've talked to some smart cities that are looking at putting edge nodes on security cameras so they can monitor license plates and things like that. And so there's a lot of stuff coming in this industry. I think even if you think of something like Cisco's, Desk Pro, where they're doing a lot of the camera movement and stuff on the device, that's an example of distributed cloud, right? So it's still a cloud service, but the process is being done at that device.
And and to the extent that we think there's going to be a metaverse and there's going to be avatars or whatever, and it's all about cameras capturing a lot of information and processing that and it going into one of these communication systems.
Yeah, the metaverse is coming, and there's a lot of good use cases for it. I think I was talking with a couple of people here about how it would be used in retail and change the digital shopping experience. And so instead of having to go to a store and seeing how a suit, maybe that suit looks on you, you can create virtual Eric,
right?
And then try on maybe a seersucker suit and see how you look in that with a nice a big hat or something like that. There's a lot of good use cases for this. A lot of use of digital twin technology now for factory design, and so this industry is becoming a lot more sophisticated than just, hey, let's pick up the phone and call. It's communications and video and voices being embedded really into the fabric of everything we do. So if we're going to do that, we need to be able to process these things in a smarter location than just a centralized cloud, and that's really what we talked a lot about in the past.
It's incredible, and
it's a fascinating topic, and it's really exciting. It's the reason why we've got so many new vendors here.
Well, it's a great, and the reason why we kind of keep putting you on cloud for this track is a few years back, we asked you to do a session on cloud, and you were like, well, what the cloud can do, and this was, again, 5-7 years ago, what the cloud can do is it's where you've got the processing power at that time to do all the AI, and the AI is going to be huge. And we were like, wow, we haven't heard that before, but it totally makes sense. And of course, it absolutely played out that way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is definitely something to, I think, for everybody to keep an eye on. I want to shift to the other session that you did, which was on another term that's relatively new, but I think we want people to get to hear it more, is composable enterprise. So what is the composable enterprise?
Yeah, this to me might be perhaps one of the most exciting areas in communications today. So composability is the concept that I can use application building blocks to create different experiences. Now, I think most of us, when we're in the unified communications or contact center industry, when we think of it, we think of the very traditional Microsoft Teams, WebEx 5.9 type of interface, right, that the agent or knowledge worker uses. And, but really, that's not the product, right? The product is the set of building blocks that the vendor offers. They've built an example of what you can build, and that services the needs of, say, the 80%. But I think through the pandemic, what we found out is, Zoom was a disaster in schools initially because teachers don't really have hierarchical control over what students are doing. They can't tell people are paying attention, right? Cisco created a Legislate product to bring WebEx into legislatures because the standard interface didn't work, right? And so the question is, how do I create these custom experiences? All right. So how do I create these custom experiences? And so the concept of composability is I break down communications to its most basic API layer: video, voice, messaging, chat, whatever, all these different APIs. I can deliver it the CPaaS methodology, where I have a developer build a big monolithic application, right? Or through a lot of the new low-code, no-code interfaces, I can have a line of business manager create a quick and dirty application. I talked to one insurance company that created a field service app. They didn't really need the full, Teams interface. What they needed was access to taking pictures, uploading them, and being able to chat to an agent saying, "Hey, I've done that." Right? And so they created a quick and dirty app through that, and it allowed the field service to be a lot more productive. So composability allows us to compose experiences, hence the term, using all these different application building blocks, one of which will be the stock application, but will be a lot of custom ones too.
So when they build like that kind of a thing, is that that quick and dirty app, is that a final, we think in terms of production apps, is that a production, or is it kind of like they build it because they can do it with no code, and then the real developers follow along and build a more
it can be both, right? And I know some examples of companies that use the composable frameworks to build like COVID check-in applications. That's certainly what I hope we're not using 5 years from now. And so it's not likely a developer will go in there and build on top of that. So it's a temporary application that you use for specific use cases. And so I think it's really a mix of both. And the other thing it does is it allows vendors that maybe have different expertise. So picture a vendor that's got expertise in education, and one that's got expertise in security, being able to come together and quickly compose an experience that's highly secure but still built for education, right?
Cool. Well, a couple of really interesting topics that I think we'll probably be hearing at Enterprise Connect in the coming years. So thank you very much, ZS Caravala from ZK Research, for being with us and for being at Enterprise Connect.
Thank you, Eric. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. And that's going to do it for my shift on the news desk. I'll be back a little bit later to wrap up the show here at the end when Terry Sweeney is here doing the interviewing.
They give you time off, huh?
I get a little time to walk the floor and maybe even grab a bite to eat. But for now, on behalf of our sponsor, Microsoft, and the whole Enterprise Connect TV team, I'm Eric Kraft saying so long till next time.
Hi, it's Terry Sweeney, and we are back live at the Enterprise Connect TV News Desk. Thanks for joining us again. I'm joined now by Erwin Lazar, President and Principal Analyst at Metrigy, one of the leading analyst firms specializing in the enterprise communications field. Erwin, thanks for joining us for Enterprise Connect TV News Desk.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
You apparently did a session here on new issues in unified communication security. Talk about some of those issues and what's being done to address them.
Yeah, so we're seeing team collaboration really starting to replace email as a medium for both internal communications and now increasingly business-to-business communications. So companies that have spent the last number of years building out their email security strategies are often scrambling to figure out what are my risks, what applications do I have that are being used, and how do I protect myself from attacks that may come in over those applications, data leakage across applications, unauthorized use of the applications, and so on. So what we talked about in the session was the need for companies to have a proactive strategy and to take advantage both of the controls that are available within many of the applications, but also third-party management platforms that can help you with centralizing security policy and enforcement.
Well, I'm super curious about the threats. Are we seeing like unified communication spam or phishing or those kinds of things? Have they made the leap to this different medium?
Yes, and yes.
Oh boy.
Some of the threats that we've seen have been unauthorized access to team apps. So people trying to get credentials and hack into a team application so that they can gain access to conversations within organizations. Inadvertent or even deliberate leakage of data across those applications. If somebody pops a business plan into the wrong channel and that gets out of the company or other proprietary info. And again, as people start to set up cross-company channels, if I invite you to come in and collaborate with me in a shared channel and I don't realize, or somebody else doesn't realize there's external people in that channel, we post things we shouldn't post, that becomes a security risk as well.
How conscious are the big users of this technology of the vulnerabilities that you see might pose in this pandemic world?
I think outside of governance, compliance, security teams, not very. I think there's always maybe this implicit assumption that the collaboration vendors are going to protect me, but usually it takes a well-publicized attack, whether that's internal, in your company or one that's publicized about another company, before people start to realize that there are those concerns out there and that they do need to be proactive in protecting.
To what degree does being able to get into some sort of unified communication session then allow them to vault into perhaps more strategic assets within an enterprise? Is that really the prize there?
Potentially, yes. So if I get access to your team space or your file storage space or something like that, and it's not properly protected and segmented, then I could potentially have free reign to go into different channels and see conversations. Again, it depends on what that type of attack might be. For example, we saw an attack last year against a large software company, a gaming company, where somebody got credentials into their team collaboration application, hopped in and was basically posing as an employee. So they had all the rights and privileges of that employee to go look at different conversations, to go look at what's being shared and so on.
What possible fixes are being talked about for this? Maybe they already exist. Are we talking patches? Are we talking workarounds? What's the solution?
So I think the solution's a lot of the same kind of solutions you see for other applications. So assessing what your risk is, looking at what applications are being used within your organization, making sure you're implementing the security controls that are available to you from the collaboration providers. And then if you're operating in a multi-vendor environment, especially looking for third-party management tools, many of which are here at Enterprise Connect, that can offer solutions to centralize policy management control across a variety of different applications.
Right. Erwin, you also led a session on E911 at Enterprise Connect. Talk about some of the takeaways from that particular session.
Yeah, E911 is one we've done here for 7 or 8 years now. And we always think, well, maybe we're done. We don't need to talk about it anymore. But it was a very intense session with lots of audience questions. The things that people are wrestling with right now is here in the United States, 2 new laws have gone into effect. Kerry's Law in 2021 and Raybaum's Act, which fully required now in 2022. And what they require is that organizations make sure that 911 calls go out without having to dial a prefix, that they get sent to an authorized PSAP, that a security desk is notified that call was made so that when the fire trucks show up, they know where to go. and then that you're sending dispatchable location information. So when you send information to the 911 operator, they need to know where that call came from. Lots of vagueness with what dispatchable really means, but that was a big topic of companies trying to figure out, what does the law mean? What is my risk if I'm not compliant? And then what does it mean to be compliant?
Sure. Well, so let's go back to that phrase dispatchable for a second. How is that being interpreted by early adopters?
So, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm going to defer to Martha Beyer, who has probably spoken on this microphone. The way we typically advise our clients to define dispatchable location is it's a location that has to get first responders to where they need to be. So if I send the PSAP Cube 2 Wing 32 Section 4, the fire department's not going to know where that is. Somebody at the front desk who greets the fire department needs to know that the call was made and know where that is. So dispatchable location has to be at a minimum, get the first responders to the right spot where they can be met, and then they can be brought to the right location. As Martha will said in our session, make sure you're in conversation with your first responders so that you know what they need, what kind of information will help them be able to respond quickly and get to where that emergency call came from.
Any tips or advice for those who are transitioning to accommodate these new laws?
Yeah, I think it's being proactive. You don't want to assume, well, I've got an old phone system, I don't need to worry about this. You want to understand what your risk is, you want to talk to your legal counsel, and you want to make sure that you're doing everything you can do to both ensure employee safety, making sure that you're wherever that call comes from, it goes to the right answering point. If somebody's at home with a desktop phone that's been provisioned by their company and they pick up that phone and call 911, that call needs to go to their local operator, not appear as if it's coming from their desk back in the office. There are lots of tools and vendors out there that are offering 911 call management, location management, even now extending into mobile phone calling. So if 85%, I think one of the panelists, Mark Fletcher at 911 Inform, mentioned yesterday, 85% of 911 calls go out over a personal cellular device. So if that happens within an enterprise, it might not be a bad idea to be able to recognize that and to know where that call's coming from.
What about the training and education piece beyond, say, those who are fielding calls or those who are in some sort of reception sort of capacity, your everyday worker? It seems like they would need to be looped into this communication cycle as well.
Yeah, so ideally they aren't. They just pick up the phone and call 911 and it'll work. But there are scenarios. So if you have a scenario where today you can't support 911 calls made by somebody at home, they need to know that, and they need to sign some kind of waiver that says, I understand the risk and I accept it. Maybe that's something they do on an annual basis. So that would be the one use case, but beyond that, this shouldn't be an end user issue. End users shouldn't have to, in the time of a crisis, understand, well, can I use this phone to dial 911 or not? If there's a phone, they need to be able to dial 911 on it. It becomes more of an IT training issue, so that IT is set up for whatever changes happen to the phone system, to locations, that those are accurately tracked.
So just to summarize, your average line worker won't be offering directions to the 911 dispatcher, come into this stairway, take a hard left, go up 2 more flights, that sort of thing.
Exactly, that's where dispatchable location comes in. The 911 operator knows that call came from the Informa headquarters at this address. The 911 first responders arrive, security desk is there waiting for them, they know the call was made, they know where that call came from, and they take them to the right location. In most cases you're going to have a security desk, you're not going to be able to go into the building without having some kind of passkey.
Okay. Erwin, take us out with what you're most interested in seeing here at Enterprise Connect this week.
Wow, I'd say what I'm most excited, most interested in is just the fact we're back.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been attending Enterprise Connect since the early 2000s. To see people in 3D again is just wonderful. And I think just from a technology standpoint, there's so much going on, whether it's customer engagement, customer experience, management, security, emerging video applications, emerging support for hybrid workers. Those have all been areas I've been paying a lot of attention to this week.
All right. Erwin Lazar of Metrigy, thanks so much for your time today. Appreciate you dropping by Enterprise Connect News Desk.
Thanks for having me.
You are watching Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. For our next interview on Enterprise Connect TV, Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair Eric Kraft sat down with Troy Batterberry, Product Leader, Teams Meeting and Calling at Microsoft. Here's how their conversation went. Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm Eric Kraft, Program Co-Chair and General Manager for Enterprise Connect. And in this segment of Enterprise Connect TV, we're talking with Troy Batterberry, Product Leader for Teams Meeting and Calling. Welcome, Troy.
Thanks, Eric. It's great to be here.
I really appreciate your time and really interested to dig into some of these issues around calling, which is still a very significant part of our world, and how we deal with it is, of course, evolving, and hope to get into that a little bit with you here. So think about, certainly, traditional telephony has been, declining over a number of years and becoming more commoditized. So now as teams sort of, you need to continue supporting that, obviously, but how do you do that, supporting that legacy and looking to the future in a way that's sort of a differentiator for Microsoft?
Yeah, I still think there's lots of room for improving the overall UCaaS experience through innovation. Teams offers these various forms of collaboration: meetings, chat, channels, file collaboration, PSTN. Soon we'll offer SMS, we have VoIP, and even bots. And all of these different modalities are ways to help people be more productive and more collaborative. And by integrating these different ways that people collaborate and also bringing them together with the world's most used productivity tools in Microsoft Office, we think we can drive even higher levels of productivity and collaboration in the workforce. Now, there's a couple of examples of some things that we're doing specific with voice, and one is certainly around voice intelligence. And this is using our rich artificial intelligence capabilities, our AI capabilities, to do everything from comprehending the conversation to understanding it, to helping derive notes, extract action items, and then plug some of that information back into the Microsoft Graph to do things like do a better job of powering customer care scenarios, where we can extract intelligence from these conversations and help drive efficiencies either in the organization or improvements to the product.
And when you look at those kind of product improvements and integrating, like you say, with Microsoft Graph, that's you're kind of going beyond just calling. You're sort of supplementing the plain old telephony that we used to think of with all these other modalities.
That's right. Again, it's about adding intelligence on top of these communications, providing insights for what an organization can do with that intelligence, maybe feeding it back into the product development or into the customer care to enhance the overall experience for customers. Now, another thing that we're doing with voice that I think is really interesting is soon we're going to be adding something that we call Operator Mobile Connect. And this is the ability for a mobile phone experience to be used along with Teams so that a worker can have one phone number that rings both their mobile phone and their desktop. And it does so with integration deep within the native dialer of the phone. And so things like call history and voicemail and a lot of the information that organizations have had challenges keeping compliance with, we're going to offer a solution for that on the mobile phone. And I think that'll be an exciting addition to how voice is used within teams and within organizations.
That's really interesting. I mean, the mobility piece of it has been such a challenge for enterprises for so long, really trying to integrate that effectively. It sounds like a really interesting development, and we'll definitely be interested to follow that. I want to move to kind of the thinking about the PSTN as a legacy service, and connecting to the PSTN has been even within the Microsoft world, direct routing, some of the services have been essential as kind of a bridge technology. But where do you see that going relative to the voice over IP enabled technologies that we're moving into?
Yeah, you think about PSTN, it's been around for almost 150 years now. And it certainly is a breadth or a reach play for customers to contact companies and for employees to contact each other. But VoIP offers additional capabilities, the ability to have richer audio quality, the ability to turn on your video camera to experience nonverbal communications in the conversation, the ability to share content in your screen and really enrich the conversation further. And so I think VoIP offers a lot of additional abilities beyond what PSTN is capable of offering today that can really enrich productivity. And so in addition to continuing to invest in our PSTN solution and making that best in class, and again, layering AI on top of those conversations, we're going to continue and invest in VoIP connectivity, not only within the organization. Today we have over 80 million people using Teams for calls each month, but we want to greatly expand the network so that it's even easier to call not only people within your organization, but really anywhere in the world with a video call. And in doing so, again, we can drive productivity to new levels.
Well, and thinking about, your answer on the earlier question about mobility, that's kind of been the last sort of, hardly anybody has a wired phone at their home, but people do a lot of PSTN calling via their mobiles. So that seems like kind of a natural way that things will be expanding.
Yeah, certainly many more endpoints. And, the value of the network oftentimes is in the number of endpoints that can be reached. And so the mobile device ends up being a big step forward for Teams Call, and we're excited to roll that out.
Great. Okay. And maybe to wrap up the question, we think about the different ways that people communicate now, whether you're sort of you've got a lot of us spent a lot of our time on conference calls over the last couple of years that we had a day full of calls sort of blocked out one after another, and it kind of pushed a lot of things out of the way. As we go back to hopefully a hybrid and a mixed office and in-person remote environment, how do you see the communications capabilities that we've been talking about sort of enabling how that will continue to evolve?
Yeah, and I think you're kind of hitting on, I think, why Teams has become so popular during the pandemic. And we think that usage is only going to continue to grow. And that is making it really easy to switch between these different modalities of communication. So, if you start off a conversation on email or in chat, and which is asynchronous, and then you switch to a video call or a meeting and have a high bandwidth discussion on whatever topic you're on, and then you can have subsequent follow-ups after the fact, again, using async modalities and sharing information all through that continuum of communication, it really makes the conversation richer and more effective. And then an additional area that we're looking at beyond just async versus synchronous communications is that serendipity of communications. And when you're in the office, when you're in a physical environment and you're walking by someone in the hallway, it's very easy to have a serendipitous discussion. But online, that's been a challenge. That's been a little bit harder. So one of the experiences that we're working on is making more serendipitous conversations possible. And that we're doing that through things like Presence, where we make it easier to understand if one of your coworkers is available for an ad hoc discussion or not.
Well, this has been a fascinating conversation, and again, growing sort of out of the experiences we've all had of the last couple of years, it's really interesting to see where Microsoft is going with this, and where enterprises will be able to look to leverage some of these capabilities. So, Troy Batterberry, product leader, Teams meeting and calling. Thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate your talking with us here on Enterprise Connect TV.
Thanks, Eric.
Hi, I'm Greg Barabalt. I'm part of the product group that builds Teams, meetings, and devices here at Microsoft. Thanks for joining me at The Hive, Microsoft's lab for design and validation of new technologies for workspaces and meeting rooms for our employees around the world. Here we'll explore how Teams Rooms gives every employee a seat at the table, whether they're working remotely or at the office. How it makes every meeting quick and easy to join, predictable to navigate and control. How hybrid meetings can be the most inclusive and productive, using all of Teams' amazing sharing and collaboration features. And how we're advancing the benefits of AI to make rooms smarter, to deliver on the emerging needs of modern work. Bringing together our ecosystem of devices with an app built by Microsoft, Teams Rooms puts the full Teams experience in any room of any size and any use. From the focus room to the boardroom and everything in between. Teams Rooms is a secure platform designed specifically for use in shared settings, managed and monitored in the Teams Admin Center to ensure rooms are always up to date and ready to use. For your employees, Teams panels outside the room makes it easy to locate the perfect available meeting space, reserve it, and check in. And once there, Teams Rooms means an app experience that's familiar, so no learning curve. And unlike so-called bring your own device rooms, where everyone is reliant on your personal PC, there's no more hunting around for the right connector to project your laptop. And no distracting notifications popping up on the screen. No dialing meeting codes on conference bridges, and no howling speakers. Just seamless and instant meeting starts. Interactive sharing, productive collaboration, and most importantly, a genuine human connection between all participants. When I think back to the meetings we joined a couple years ago, they were mostly attended in person with a handful of remote participants. For those of us in the room, you could easily see who was there with you, and you knew who they were. There was a sense of genuine connection just by being in the same room as one another. Over the last 2 years, the center of gravity for meetings has shifted to online. Many of us have been fully remote in that time, and our expectations about how we appear to others, how our presence and identity are visible to everyone have shifted as well. We now expect to be able to see every person and have them clearly see us up close. And we expect to be able to engage and communicate more naturally, even if we're not actively speaking. Now, I'm going to say something controversial. True meeting equity between in-room and remote participants should not be our goal. I say that because to truly achieve meeting equity between people in the room and people working remotely, it would mean finding the lowest common denominator experience in each. Instead, we want to bring the best attributes of being in a room with others together with the best attributes of being online from your own personal device. Doing so will make hybrid meetings the most inclusive, productive, personal, and connected meetings possible. I'd like to show you how. Let's take a look.
Welcome back to Enterprise Connect TV, coming to you live from the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando, Florida. Joining me now is social media influencer Evan Kirstel. Evan, welcome to ECTV.
Thanks, great to be here.
As one of the leading social media figures in technology, talk to us about some of the compelling topics that you're tracking here at Enterprise Connect.
Well, it's interesting. I was looking back on my visits to Enterprise Connect, and they go back about 15 years.
No
before
kidding.
It was called Enterprise Connect VoiceCon, and even on the Enterprise Connect hashtag, we're at Enterprise Connect 22. I was looking back to my tweets at Enterprise Connect 11, 12, 13. I'm thinking, wow, I'm getting old. I am really, this is not looking good. But no, in all seriousness, it's been great to look back on the industry and see how far we've come. And this is the most exciting time in our industry, enterprise communications, that we've ever had. Sadly, partially due to the COVID experience and that big shift, but the engagement on the communications channels that we're all enjoying, the shift to social and digital, has been, it's been 10 years of of progress in two
Well,
years.
it's forced our hand on so many of these collaborative technologies, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. And even things like video, we've gone from video reluctant to we're all like on video now happily. We're on Zoom calls and WebEx calls and meetings all day long. And we're comfortable now with embracing and adopting a lot of the technology that's been on display for some time, including what I'm involved with, social media. People are out there on LinkedIn and Twitter, sharing insights and sharing updates, and it's a brave new world for sure.
Talk about some of the things that are really getting your interest and excitement here at Enterprise Connect.
Well, I'm really, as the industry, is excited about AI, but it's really the practical application of AI, intelligent virtual agents, conversational bots, natural language technology. It's been a long road with AI and natural language and speech recognition, but it's getting real, and it's beginning to add real value to companies that adopt AI technology, whether it's in the contact center or on their meetings or in other use cases or applications. So it's great to see tech, which has been kind of maybe a bit of a science project or a university project for a few decades, hit the mainstream.
Oh yeah, no, the AI bandwagon has been loud and long, and it is finally delivering on a lot of the promises that it's held.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of all these emerging use cases and emerging companies. There are so many born in the pandemic companies here. There's lots of new entrants and new bloods here at Enterprise Connect. Companies that, our space has been a little bit of a backwater pre-pandemic, if I can say so. Telecom was a closet, it was the PBX in the closet, or it wasn't the front office, it was the back office. Whereas now the technology, the vendors, the applications are really on full display.
Sure.
So it's really exciting to see that shift.
What is one of the applications of AI that you think is particularly interesting or innovative?
Well, I mean, I love the really practical ones like noise suppression, noise cancellation, creating a geofence where
Super
you can't
practical.
hear your dog barking or your kid crying in the background at home. Stuff like that you can use in your day-to-day life. And there's so many examples of features and functionality. It's almost like automagical now, these applications. And they become so easy to use and user-friendly that it's a joy to use a lot of the tech that you now have access to in the enterprise. When I was in the enterprise working, we had fax machines and dial-up modems and pagers.
Now
Not
stop
so
it!
fun.
You're making me nostalgic. But
not so fun.
Any trade-offs with this? I mean, with regard to privacy or overheads or any of those sorts of things?
There's a lot of tech overload. I mean, we're techies. We love tech in this show. Your average worker, your average consumer, there's a bit of overload. Meeting overload. There's quote-unquote Zoom fatigue. So we need to make the technology more maybe empathetic, more convenient to the user, and look at technologies maybe like asynchronous, messaging and Slack and other tools that aren't so intrusive. All of us have had those 12 Zoom meetings in a row and the migraine that's afterwards. So we need to look at balancing life, technology, work in a way that we haven't thought of before, particularly when we're working from home, being a caregiver, being a single mother, being a contact center agent, balancing our home life while working at home. So that balancing act is still to be figured out.
Speaking of balancing, talk a bit about some tips for engaging in conversations about tech on social media. Where do you see people really going wrong there?
Well, there are a lot of people listening, and there aren't as many people creating content, and people are frankly a little scared to put themselves out there to create content. I don't mean on Facebook, but I mean professionally or personally in your professional life. And I'd say you really have to go for it. Get comfortable creating audio conversations, doing videos, blogging or writing, short form or long form. And it is kind of a muscle that you have to exercise. You have to practice at these things. They don't come automatically. There's nothing natural about like tweeting or blogging on LinkedIn. So the more practice, the more comfortable you get. And it really is important for not just personal interest, but career and professional development, putting yourself out there into the work, the ecosystem that is our space.
So I noticed that reactivity is a hallmark of a lot of social media posts. I recently heard social media described as a dopamine casino, which I thought was a great summation.
Oh, totally, I'm hooked. I'm a complete social media addict.
I think most of us are. That reactivity piece can bite you in the backside, certainly in a professional realm, with posts and I think whether it's Twitter, LinkedIn, or what have you. Any advice for people there?
I would stay away from negativity, stay away from the political side of social media. It's just too draining and attention sucking.
And volatile.
Focus on tech for good. I mean, there's a lot of goodness here. There's a great way to educate yourself, inform yourself, find and new hobbies and interests, and connect with like-minded individuals in a positive way, and not get into flame wars and edgy conversations. I think for your own mental health, it's good to stay away from all that negativity. So
Indeed.
That's what I do, and I have a great time on social. No trolling, no objections, no blocking and fighting. It really is can be a pretty positive environment.
All right, thanks for that. Evan, close us out. Tell us what you expect to be talking about for the second half of 2022.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think we're seeing 5G networks really coming on here. I've had many 5G video calls here at Enterprise Connect. We're going to see 6G start to be defined. So I just see a world where mobile computing really eats all the applications and the software, and we can live and work on these mobile devices completely without going to our Chromebook, without getting out our laptop. But they're becoming more and more functional with new interfaces like speech and natural language. And we're all going to be mobile if we're not already.
Indeed. For those of us who or may not be following you on social media, where can we find you?
Yeah, Evan, Kirstel, Evan Kirstel, and follow me, tag me, engage me, DM me, and I'm happy to chat anytime.
Evan, thanks for coming by Enterprise Connect TV.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you joining us today.
See you at EC 32.
We'll see you then.
All right.
All right. Thanks
Bye.
very much. You are watching Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft, coming to you live from the Enterprise Connect exhibit hall at the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando, Florida. We are coming right down to the wire here on the EC show floor. Things will be open for about another half hour or so. Then we'll close the books on the first Enterprise Connect Expo in 3 years. The conference continues, though, tomorrow, concluding with the popular Locknote session, where a half dozen or so of the experts you've been seeing here on Enterprise Connect TV will come together to debrief and share impressions of this incredible week here at Enterprise Connect. As we get to the end of Enterprise Connect TV's run this week, I want to close out with the event's general manager and program co-chair, Eric Kraft, to take us our last segment, chat with us about how he sees things going. Eric, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
We are almost to the end of Wednesday's program. You've been in and out of the show floor, the conference sessions, etc. Where do things stand with you at this point in the show?
At this point, I mean, really, the floor has just been amazing. I think that, the number one thing that everybody's been talking about is just how happy everybody is to be here. People are so glad to be. For most of them, this is the first event they've been at since the pandemic started.
Sure.
And it's just been, I've been telling people, as somebody who runs an event and has run an event for 7-8 years now, I didn't understand the sort of emotional appeal of doing events, of people coming to events. We understood that there were intangible things that people like to come and network, and it's really important to kind of share ideas with people and not just go to sessions and absorb information, and not just go to a booth and tick off features that you might need, but to just sort of connect with the community. And we understood that people wanted to do that, but I think this event kind of really showed me why they do, and that it's just a part of your identity as a professional to connect with people who are like-minded and in the same business.
I'd argue it's also part of our identity as human beings. I mean, it's one thing to hear the data point that we are a social species, but after we've all been locked in our homes effectively for the last 2 years, to come back to this, to actually have something enlivened in us that we may not have noticed if we were on a regular treadmill of conference attendance. Well, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
It totally does, and it kind of, I want to say it almost like brings you, it reminds you there's a reality. I mean, we've all been living inside of our computer screens for 2 years, and now we've actually gotten to be around people, eat food together with them, not just like each on our own video screen. And it just really, people have been able to have that experience in a limited amount with the people that they are immediately living around, but to have your world kind of open up again has been nice.
Nice. What do you see as next for Enterprise Connect? If people want more of the kind of content they've seen here on Enterprise Connect TV, or in the virtual portion of the show, or just at Enterprise Connect in Orlando, where can they get that?
They can get it a lot of places. Mostly for this year, we're going to have a sort of continuous stream of virtual content, digital stuff. We're going to be doing a number of half-day virtual summits, which we'll be announcing over the course of the next several weeks and months throughout the rest of this year. Those tend to take kind of a single topic, whether it's, and we haven't settled on all, but something like contact center trends or whatever it is,
sure,
and kind of take a number of cuts at that with different virtual sessions. I mean, we have seen for all that I've been talking about how great it is to be here in person. It is very efficient. Our webinars are actually doing better for us this year than they've done in quite a while. And it is still a super efficient way to get a quick hit of information. And so these half-day sessions are kind of a series of webinars, basically, and the chance to engage with our sponsors. We're going to do a full-day virtual event in the fall, which is going to be focused on something that I forget right now, but it'll be great. And that'll be a chance for kind of a little deeper engagement. And then every day we have the No Jitter website, which all the people we've been interviewing this week, almost all of them write for No Jitter. The same kind of strong vendor neutral information that they've been talking to us about is what they write about on No Jitter. No Jitter is really kind of the rolling call for papers for Enterprise Connect.
Sure.
It's kind of like, we always say at Enterprise Connect, we shouldn't need a call for papers, because if we're doing our job, there shouldn't be anything somebody's suggesting we do that we already don't know we should do. I mean, there's always going to be a few exceptions.
Right.
There'll always be things we don't know about or a company we're not aware of, but in general, if No Jitter is covering the industry well, we should be totally on top of, here's what people want to know about at a show. And so No Jitter, we intensely cover all these topics, both from the folks that we've been talking to here, as well as the editors of the No Jitter site. Lisa Schmeiser, who did some of the interviewing yesterday, is the editor of that site. So if you had a chance to watch her and see how knowledgeable she is and curious, that's something that she drives all that coverage. So certainly anybody watching who if you have a story, we want, this is our pitch to come to No Jitter and tell us what you think is news, and we'd love to take that on.
All right, so lots of learning, lots of avenues to connect still available to us.
Absolutely.
What's in the works for Enterprise Connect 2023? Is it too soon to be talking about that?
Well, it's really not. I mean, I've been telling people we're going to start the planning for that, literally in a couple of weeks, and both because for a big show like this it takes that long, but also as things get closer, we have to plan session. But it's a show like this, we call it an event, and it is an event, and for it to be eventful or to be a happening, we have to be constantly thinking of kind of new ideas, new ways to engage people, new things people might want to whether it's a particular program for a certain sub-community within our world, or whether people think that a certain thing that we do this year should be done a little bit differently. We sort of we kind of pull back, look at the big picture for a few months, and then dive in.
Right. Well, Eric, congratulations on staging and executing the industry's first live event. Bravo to you and your team.
Thank you very much, and I think the emphasis is on my team. We have, I really take a lot of pride that we have like the best operations team I've ever seen for any events group. They just, they're just on top of everything, and they make, it's one of those things where everybody's going crazy over the weekend preparing for this, and everything's flying in all kinds of directions. And then when the doors open at 3 on Monday, the place looks beautiful, and it looks like Brigadoon or something. It just sort of rose up out of the mist, and then it disappears after a week. But they just do an amazing job. Our marketing team, gets people here, helps them understand what the show is. Our sales team brings in the exhibitors, and of course the editorial team puts together the content and makes kind of makes this, because that's historically this has been a conference-driven event. So if it's not good, strong, independent content, the attendees won't come, and then the sponsors won't come. So we've been very fortunate that our editorial content has remained strong. And of course, I mean, this is the first time we've done this ECTV. The crew here and Amy and the people from Bakersman have been amazing. And it's none of us had ever done this before, and they made it like really simple. Not simple, but they made it doable for us the first time, and of course you coming in. And that's what our team takes a lot of pride in when attendees tell us they've enjoyed the event. That's it.
All right. Well, Eric Kraft, General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect. Thanks for joining us today on Enterprise Connect TV.
Thanks for having me, Terry.
Right. And that will wrap up 3 days of broadcasts from Enterprise Connect TV. We'd like to thank Microsoft for sponsoring and hosting us right here in their booth. We'd also like to thank the Enterprise Connect team, as well as Amy Curry and her team of colleagues at Informa Engage, for pulling together a great 3 days of broadcasts. For Eric Kraft and everyone at the Enterprise Connect team, I'm Terry Sweeney, saying thanks for watching. Join us next time on Enterprise Connect TV, and we'll see you then.